Javier.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Oregon Housing Stability Council meeting. We are just now letting people into our virtual room, so welcome. We've got more than 100 signed up for our webinar today, and it's just clicking by. We've got like 70 and counting. So when the clicker slows and stops, we'll formally convene. Okay, we're at 90, and I know people are still coming in, but we've got 90 people in the room. We've got all of the council present with the exception of Councillor Mary Farrell, who was previously excused. So at this point, I do want to formally convene the Oregon Housing Stability Council. It is December 1st, 2023. December already, and our last scheduled meeting of the calendar year already. So we're going to move to public comment. And as of this moment, we have 11 people signed up for public comment. I will call them in the order in which they have been previously signed up. And also then there will be an opportunity at the end of that list of names for people to jump in if they haven't had an opportunity otherwise.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
excuse me, can I suggest that we take the roll call of the council members first?
Thank you for catching that. Let's do that.
Thank you. Councilmember DeFantorum.
Present.
For the record, as Chair Hall previously mentioned, Councilmember Farrell has been excused today. Chair Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Mena.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember Harris.
Present.
Councilmember Meehan.
Present.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Present.
Thank you. We do have quorum.
All right. Now we will move on to public comment. I just wanted to let people know again that public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person, and we are going to be trying something new with public comment today. There will be a countdown timer on the screen starting at 3 minutes, counting down to 0. So if you have a chance to observe your computer screen while you're on the phone, that will help gauge how much time you have left. So let's get started. Neil Whitaker, are you on the line?
I am.
Okay, begin anytime, please.
Morning, Council and Director Belt. I'm going to read directly from some public record emails between two persons directly in charge of Milepost 5 for OHCS and CDP. And this is on the subject of one of the felons found on the rent roll. On a bit of backstory, the manager was receiving emails about this felon starting in January of 2022. After his violence and arrest on March 4th, they got many detailed emails in the months following with his felony record. And I also included a link to look up the OJD court info for themselves. I'm going to use JO for this felon's name. So 10 months after that police standoff, OHCS finally asked CDP, and I quote, "Guardian previously reported that JO was not a resident of Milepost 5. Does he appear on rent rolls sent to CDP?" On the second question, another felon appears to have had significant criminal history prior to his admission to MP5. Can you confirm that he met the tenant selection criteria, end quote. As CDP responds 16 days later, and I quote, "These two persons in question passed the background checks, which are directly tied to the tenant selection plan. All information appears to have been filled out and correct. No missing personal information, no felonies listed for either. One guy had a few misdemeanors, but was compliant with the TSP as they fell outside the 3 and 5 year misdemeanor denial rules. The other guy had no criminal convictions," end quote. So this is kind of a paragraph full of non-answers. that avoids using the names and avoids the rent roll question entirely, because neither felon is compliant with the TSP, and both ineligible felons appear on OJD eviction paperwork as evicted by MP5 Limited Partnership. And CDP has had to admit in a separate email that JO was in fact an official tenant. So are we looking at a severe lack of basic reading comprehension, or just people who won't use Google to verify what appears to be conflicting information they're getting? I wish you could give me some help here. And because meanwhile, OHCS was telling me, I don't have any information regarding the person you identify as JO, end quote. He was doing that to the trans woman who was repeatedly threatened as well. The other risks to tenants, unfortunately, are being deflected in the same manner. OHCS has had a constant refrain with us of your limited role as simply a funder, but there is substantial visible PR consulting for CDP in the public record emails. There's a lot of scrambling and energy for meetings and group phone calls to help the developer. The limited role I see is in regard to advocating or taking action for the low-income tenants here. I just think the public should be aware that this system heavily favors developers, and it is visible in the public record in your own words. After
Okay,
6
we're at
months,
3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Whitaker.
great, thank you.
Tyson O'Connell. Is Tyson O'Connell on the line?
I do not see Tyson.
Okay, how about Rick Solon? Okay, Bonnie Robbins.
I'm here, thank you,
All right.
Chair Hall.
Begin when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay,
I'm here to speak about Milepost 5. We neighbors are here to hold all organizations accountable because we used to live near well-managed low-income housing. It was called Milepost 5 Studios. We know what that's like. We refuse to accept poorly run residences and are infuriated that there are people living high on the hog by creating the situation. We don't like the impact on the neighborhood, and we refuse to accept the living standards provided to the residents. We insist on safe housing. We will not accept that our friends live there in filth and squalor. We don't accept environmental hazards. We will not accept dangerous and threatening criminal activity in their home, causing some to leave after being longtime residents. It seems community service has become corporate service. And this is what Neil was referring to. If I'm wrong, please lift up the instances when you supported the residents of Milepost 5 instead of the owners. I don't understand why you think it's acceptable for a corporation to ruin a thriving low-income housing community. It continues to appear that you believe that low-income people should live with screaming, filth, threats, and violent criminals. Again, please let me know that I'm wrong, and the owners of the management have done things to mitigate the conditions at Milepost 5. At this point, the degradation is so complete that effective 24-hour security is necessary to return to a status that's an acceptable level, and we need a commitment to this. I believe we have 2 new low-income housing projects coming to our neighborhood. If they are going to be as poorly run as Milepost 5 Studios, then our state institutions will turn the North Montevilla neighborhood into a Class A slum, which is just incredibly sad. Thank you.
thank you.
This is what creates NIMBYs.
Brian Hoop.
Chair Hall and members of the council.
Yes,
My name is Brian Hoop, Executive Director of Housing Oregon. My comments today are on OHCS's Affordable Rental Housing NOFA redesign effort. And as you may know, Housing Oregon is a statewide organization of nonprofit affordable housing groups addressing the spectrum of housing needs from homelessness to multifamily rental housing to homeownership. I have emailed written comments to members of the council. So we want to thank OHCS for taking the initiative to improve how the agency deploys resources in response to Governor Kotek's call to increase housing production. We recognize the agency is challenged with implementing significant policy and organizational changes within a short time frame. I also want to call out the tremendous effort OHCS employee Kim Travis has put into this project's community engagement effort. This effort offers opportunities to cut waste and boost production by improving coordination and predictability of financing policies, timelines, and award decisions system-wide. We are heartened to hear OHCS leadership identify potential changes in recent engagement sessions, reflecting themes our members have been advocating for years. At the same time, our members continue to voice concerns about key proposed components, such as readiness to proceed, the rushed implementation, and the possibility of unintended consequences that may worsen inefficiencies and inequities that exist, especially for smaller housing providers, culturally specific, and rural-based developers. A few key observations reflected in our written feedback and recommendations we sent in. On leading with race in rural communities, we urge OHCS to utilize this effort to lead with race and equity, ensuring any changes expand resources directed to both culturally specific organizations serving communities of color and rural-based organizations serving geographically diverse communities. On the value of nonprofit sector, we urge OHCS to use these changes to lift up the inherent value in mission-driven, community-based nonprofits that reinvest developer fees back into building stronger and more resilient resident communities in order to achieve equitable housing outcomes. On reducing financial risk for housing providers, OHCS must ensure this project reduces rather than increases financial risk shouldered by community housing providers. In addition, OHCS needs to work with local funding jurisdictions to coordinate funding policies and calendars in order to effectively leverage resources. On pre-development and capacity building, some nonprofit developers are less likely to have sufficient balance sheets to effectively compete with and take on the risk associated with the opportunity costs of pre-development compared to larger developers. We believe the need for investment in capacity building resources will be far greater than envisioned by OHCS to date in this project. So to close, our written comments include additional input addressing scoring criteria, local leveraging and geographic preferences, land acquisition, joint venture partnerships, and questions we seek to clarify from OHCS. So thanks for listening to my comments.
Thanks for your input. Maria Elena Guerrera.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, begin whenever you're ready, please.
Chair, thank you. Chair Hall, members of the council, and Director Andrea Bell. Good morning. Thank you for having me here. First of all, I wanted to thank you, Oregon House and Community Service, for the outreach services that have been done during the last, I believe, almost 8 months. I want to specifically talk about 3 things: readiness to proceed, insurance costs, and property management services. Readiness to proceed. It looks like the idea is that in 6 months, we are able, as a housing providers, to have units ready for families to come in. This will mean that as an organization, I will have to invest between $1.5 and $2 million out of my own pocket to be able to be ready to proceed. I can tell you today, and I can send my financials, this will take me out of business. If I invest in one project and I don't get funded, this will take an organization that has worked with a community that nobody wanted to work, in places that nobody wanted to work, and has 30+ years proven efficiency and good work in rural areas, out of business. And it won't happen only to FHDC. It will happen to medium and small nonprofit developers, and specifically culturally specific developers. I urge you to create a system similar to the loan acquisition program, a great system that is working today that help us to acquire land, to put grants out there to support our organizations to be ready to proceed. This will be a partnership between Oregon House and Community Service and the nonprofit sector. I will also, thank you for that. I will also talk to and call your attention about insurance costs. Insurance costs are extremely high. If you're lucky that an insurance company wants to insure your property. So we need to come up with a strategy and to make sure that we consider in the operational cost of affordable housing the high cost of insurance. There is a lot of ideas out there, including the creation of a nonprofit insurance organization that can help the Oregon sector. Property management service is my next topic. Property management service, as we know, or if you know, I'm gonna tell you, many property management for-profits are leaving the industry. Why is this? I think it's because we have created this problem. When we talk about units, we talk about production and we don't talk about people, humans. It dehumanizes our work. It doesn't talk about the reality of the work that we have to put behind those units. I urge you, and I know you know about what I'm talking about. I urge you to put attention in the property management services for these individuals to get the right training. We are no longer hiring people to manage properties. We
Okay,
need people that's just Chair Hall. My time is up.
Yes,
Thank you very
yes,
much. Thank
we
you.
are past. Thank you very much. Shannon Vilhauer.
Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the council, and Director Bell. I'd like to take just a moment with your grace to appreciate the life of First Lady Rosalind Carter, who died November 19th at age 96, and used her White House platform to advocate for people in the greatest need. First Lady Carter said, "A leader takes people where they want to go. A great leader takes people where they don't necessarily want to go, but actually ought to be." This morning, I aspire to be great. At Habitat for Humanity, we embrace a learning culture. We frequently ask ourselves the question, how do we better serve Oregon households and communities? This question leads to changes at different levels, whether it's maximizing efficiency of our heating and cooling systems while minimizing our environmental impact, embracing permanent affordability as a means of broadening our program's reach, implementing HEAL, the Habitat Equity Academy for Leaders. I could go on and on. I see Talia King-Kravis and Keeple just come with the homeownership team at OHCS asking the same kinds of questions and implementing changes to better serve Oregon households and communities with the confines in which we all find ourselves. Thank you for your dedicated, innovative, and highly responsive work. We appreciate you. At Habitat for Humanity, we live and operate in a world of legal sufficiency. We are federally regulated mortgage lenders. Oregon's 24 Habitat for Humanity affiliates are licensed building contractors. We operate retail facilities and regularly comply with a plethora of federal and state government funding requirements. 6 or so years ago, an about to retire DOJ attorney made the determination that while Lift for Rental can have an operating path for legal sufficiency, Lift for Home Ownership must have both operating and ownership pathways. Affordable homeownership developers across the state are still reeling from the ramifications of that decision and its associated harms. Programmatically, Lift for Homeownership prioritized developing new homes for sale in rural communities and stimulating missing middle development in high opportunity urban and suburban areas. But the standard that we're confronted with currently from DOJ, that the maximum per home investment is the lesser of either $200,000 per home or what the land beneath the home appraises for, is keeping us from reaching those very goals. So last round, you saw that we maximized available Lift funding for the first time. That's because we had general fund dollars to pair with this resource. That is an artificial constraint that is not necessary. We invite the DOJ to partner with all of us and re-ask the question, how can we find a path to legal sufficiency that lets us best serve Oregon households and communities? Thank you for this heartfelt and respectful request, which I'm happy to go into greater detail around at another time.
Okay, thank you very much. Sarah Gerhardt. Is Sarah on the line?
I do not find Sarah's name in the list.
Okay, how about Tom Vincent?
No Tom either.
Amber Cook?
I'm here.
Go ahead, Amber.
Excellent. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hall and members of the Housing Stability Council. My name is Amber Cook on the Milepost 5 Tenant Council for the Litech property Milepost 5 in Portland, Oregon. Despite what it says in the update OHCS published on Milepost 5 yesterday, the entrances are not secure. 2 entrance doors are broken so that anyone can walk up and enter the building at any time. One unsecured from a shattered pane of glass that has been broken since summer. The other, the section between the double doors, is physically broken and displaced. You can see it from a distance. Both these entrances are off 82nd Avenue. But that's not all. One gateway entrance can be accessed by reaching around through the fence to unlock it from the inside. This was made easier when maintenance removed a protective metal shield a few months ago that had been making it harder for people to reach the handle. What the, right? And despite what you're told in the latest update, there are first floor windows painted open, first floor windows that don't lock, and they don't have bars, so anyone can come on in. I mean, am I nuts? I'm like Mugatu and Zoolander. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. You know, what landlords and property managers a rental property and leaves entrances broken for weeks, months, and even years? Why wouldn't you just spend the money to fix them when by law you can't even be charging rent without providing a secured property? And the trespassers are costing you tons of money as well in extra damages and extra cleaning and extra supplies and paid security. This is the 3rd month that renters and neighbors of Milepost 5 have asked CDP and OHCS to do the responsible thing and take real measures to effectively stop the vast amounts of trespassing and drug selling and sex work and crime that we've been forced to live with because the owners refuse to spend a dime on the property and no housing authority would insist they follow the law. CDP should install 24 security for at least a year. They should pay to secure the building this very week. They should fix entrances and windows when broken within 72 hours. And they need to find a security company to do more than walk around and doing nothing for 10 hours. They need to trespass every trespasser until they stop coming back. The Milepost 5 Tenant Council is composing monthly updates we will send to OHCS to be added to your monthly updates on the website. If OHCS means what you say about centering tenants, then you will at least publish them, even if you refuse to dialogue with us. Enjoy the warmth and the beauty of the winter holiday. See you next year.
Thank you. Tom Vincent. Is Tom Vincent on the line?
I don't see his name, but we do have a raised hand for phone number only.
Okay, shall we see who that is?
Oh,
Or shall we?
raised hand just was lowered. so-
Uh-oh. And for a moment, I think I saw Amber Cook. Who would be next after Mr. Vincent.
Amber just went.
Oh, that's right, huh? Okay, that's right. Okay, we do have a hand up, 707-357. Can we find out who this is?
Go ahead, caller.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Director Bell and respected members of the council, I am also calling in about the history of Milepost 5. First of all, I would like to welcome the 3 new members of the council, and I would urge you, as part of your new duties, to diligently research the 3 years of troubling and often horrific events associated with this building that occurred once OHCS financed the purchase and community development partners purchased and managed it. In my opinion, you have a moral duty to do so. You can begin by going on YouTube and listening to 3 years of heartfelt and accurate testimony at about 20 or more meetings from tenants and neighbors. You can then request copies of all the emails sent to OHCS and CDP during that period. You can ask for copies of police reports. You can ask for photographs. You can ask for videos that were taken. You may wish to look at the recent Milepost 5 updates. Inquire to how many of those statements have actually been researched and vetted by OHCS. You can Google Milepost 5 for news articles, and you can look at YouTube videos of glowing news reports of what Milepost 5 once was in 2008 prior to purchase. You can right now look at Google reviews for the building itself, written by tenants and people that live there, and see what you learn. You can request tenants and neighbors to send you past and current information. Presumably, you've been appointed to this position by important people. And in my opinion, there's absolutely nothing stopping you from contacting them if you are uncomfortable with what you learn. I would like to reiterate what the other people say, which is that this building requires competent 24-hour security. You look at the most recent Milepost update, which is quite confusing. At the bottom of it, you will see that Summit is saying actually this current security company doesn't seem to be doing a very good job and they're looking for another one, which is in direct contrast to what you've seen in these updates for the past year. I thank you for your time and I really appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Okay, and sir, I don't think you introduced yourself at the beginning. Just wanted to make sure your name for the record.
My name's Tom Vincent.
Oh, Tom. Okay, now we got you. I knew your voice was familiar. We've got another raised hand. Should we see who that is? 971-470 prefix.
Good morning. Can you hear me? This is Barbara Geyer on the line.
Yes, go ahead, Barbara. Anytime you're ready.
All right. Sorry, speaker. Good morning, everyone. Barbara Geyer, and I am, as I've introduced myself in the past, I am Barbara Geyer Real Estate. I am principal broker. I am also licensed in California, where I began in 1977. For the last 20 years, I've been licensed in both California and Oregon. And I also serve on several government housing committees in the present and in the past. So I would just like to review that during several previous council meetings, I asked for a written description of the complaints that OHCS investigates, and I have not received that at all. 2, I asked for the process for submitting written complaints and receiving responses from, and I haven't received any information on that. However, Eva Luna's email sent to me did include a paragraph which said landlord's responses are in writing and would be provided to the tenant so that the tenant can respond to the landlord's written reply. Well, I haven't received that either. And this is following countless complaints, including this year. So I would also like to bring to your attention a curious fact that one complaint I made, or two, to Cynthia involved the Fair Housing Act, federal laws, and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Cynthia herself from OHCS investigated both the fair housing complaint and the ADA complaint. She investigated this in 1 week. And when I received a phone call from her with the response, I realized that she had changed the complaint. But of course, since nothing was in writing, it just is going to stand. I have no way to, and I tried very hard to dispute that. That was not my complaint, and you're responding to something that I'm not complaining about. You know, many of the complaints are extremely serious, impacting the elderly, the vulnerable, and many of them are about life-threatening conditions impacting these elderly individuals.
Okay,
So
we've got
I
about
would
15
hope that
seconds to go on your time. I'm sorry, just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. Also, I'm concerned about other illegal actions such as untrue and unfair maligning and disparaging of the tenants. So please keep that in mind. I'll bring that up again in the future. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Tyson O'Connell. Do
I
we have
don't
Ty-
find Tyson on the list.
How about Rick Solon?
Go ahead, Rick.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Good morning, Director Bell, directors and members of the council. Apologize for my technical difficulties this morning. Again, I'm coming as a member of the tenant council at Milepost 5 to request true oversight of the property by OHCS. In your most recent update, you say that many concerns fall outside your jurisdiction. However, we can help facilitate communication and be transparent with what we know. However, we've requested that if you guys are not the proper oversight to force CDP to actually follow the law, that we be told who is, and we have heard nothing. So if it's not your guys' job to do this, then whose is it? There are several, shall we say, mistakes in the most recent update. The fact that according to this, there was no broken doors at the time of the inspection that the OHCS performed, which is patently false. There were several broken doors and windows at the time of that inspection. Whether you guys documented them or not, it's unclear because we haven't seen that report. But we have documentation that shows these broken doors and windows going back years. The windows at the front of the building are being replaced. We haven't heard anything about that. There's a lot of problems with security. And again, we've requested that it be 24/7 because in your update, it says that they are on call, but it takes 30 to 60 minutes for them to show up if we call them. That's insufficient. They need to be on site to deal with these trespassers and felons. We have multiple felons with outstanding warrants that are not being dealt with on a consistent basis. And, we need to have this resolved. We need to have a safe place to live. I mean, there's so many things in this update that are not true, and yet they're presented as if they are. Why aren't you talking to tenants about this? Why aren't you asking for more input? I know that Amber mentioned that we're going to start sending you our own, but why haven't you asked for our input at any point in this process?
Rick, we're running out of time.
I mean, this basically seems like a marketing ploy rather than an actual oversight board.
Okay.
Thank you for your time and have a great day.
You too. One last call. Do we have anybody who did not sign up for public comment but would like to offer comment at this time? Okay, we've got Emily Newton has raised her hand. So, Emily?
Oh, hi, good morning. My name is Emily Newton. I am a neighbor of the Milepost 5 building. I've lived here for almost 4 years, across from the building. I know you all recognize my voice, and some of you I've met personally on the council, and I'm here again this month after a couple of years now of showing up to these meetings and giving public testimony about this building. And today I really wanted to focus on encouraging you all to step into the role of centering tenant voices in this Milepost 5 building. I feel like the wider community and the neighbors have continually showed up to support the tenants' voices of this building. I can go on about what I'm experiencing are living across from this building, including more and more overdoses, needles on the street, trespassers, drugs, condoms, you name it. I see it, I experience it every day. But what really gets me is that you are the organization, you are the people that can hold the management, CDP and FPI accountable to providing appropriate housing for people who are paying rent, working bathrooms, working kitchens, secure doors and windows. What really gets me is hearing the stories of people that I care about in that building who are undergoing dangerous conditions, non-sanitary conditions, the fact that they can't even cook in their own home, the fact that they don't even have secured doors in their own home. Could you imagine living in a place like that? I couldn't. You have the ability to go in and hold these people accountable. There needs to be 24-hour security. It is way too easy for trespassers and felons and criminals to access this building and use it however they want to use it. It is too easy to allow the continual slum conditions that CDP and FBI are allowing. So I really implore you to go in and hold these people accountable. You have the money, you have the power, you have the legal ability to do it. That is my statement today. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that there's a Kimberly Horner with her hand up. Are you on the line? Hello?
Good morning. Yes, I'm sorry. I was trying to unmute. I am on my cell phone and you can now hear my dog barking in the background to a different room. I'm Kimberly Horner, the Executive Director for the Portland Community Reinvestment Initiatives. And I also serve on the Housing Oregon Board. You heard comments earlier from Brian Hoop and the letter that was written by the board and Brian Hoop and his staff. And I'm standing in solidarity and support of the letter that's being submitted. I also would like to echo some of the words that Meg brought forward with regard to the complexities of property management and the need for deeper resources to help culturally specific organizations have access to the needed funds to carry out the property management responsibilities and duties, and perhaps some sort of organized fashion by which we're all getting property management people trained in this arena. As you know, providing affordable housing as a culturally specific nonprofit has a level of difficulties that probably most people don't understand, including private sector developers. So I am standing in support of the letter that was submitted by Brian Hoop and the words echoed by Meg. And I would like to also say that we are very open to continued dialogue with Director Bell and her staff. We feel like we have great relationships and communications, and we'd like to continue in that vein. So thank you for the work that you do, but we would like to acknowledge that some of the culturally specific nonprofit affordable housing providers need additional resources. Thank you.
Thank you. And that will bring to a close our public comment for today. Next up, we have the report of the director. Director Bell, are you ready?
Chair Hall, excuse me, we do have a couple more folks who have not signed up. If we want to use the raise hand function for those.
Okay.
Provide public comment.
Okay, I do see one more hand up. Diana, and I don't want to mangle your last name, but Diana C., are you on the line?
Go ahead, Diana.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. So I will be brief, and I just want to reiterate that we are very grateful for OHCS staff engaging with us. My name is Diana Satanovich. I work for Polk Community Development as a program and project developer, and I am the co-chair of the Housing Oregon Rural Policy Council. And I really appreciate the time and efforts that Natasha and Kim Travis and other staff members have put in to bringing us to engaging us in the process. And this is what I'd like to say. I'd like to support the letter that is submitted by Housing Oregon, as Kimberly stated. And one thing I want to say with regard to what Meg stated is that with the push from the governor's office, which we greatly appreciate, we know the undersupply is a significant issue, that with the push for units, let us not forget a view toward the populations that we are serving. And so in that regard, I'd really like to suggest that we take an expanded view of housing types. As we know, in Marion and Polk County, fully 40% of the homeless population present with serious and persistent mental illness, and they all can't fit in independent living or even in PSH housing. So let us bring back the group home, the congregate home, things of that nature. And if it is not within the purview of OHCS, it speaks to my other interest, which is that we work together between agencies. And I know this is hard because you all have a lot on your plate. Make no mistake, everybody is dealing with capacity issues. And so if it is not within the purview of OHCS to deal with congregate housing or group homes, like we have a group home for young men with early onset schizophrenia, and it works very well, that may be an OHA issue. And if it is, all I ask is that the departments work together within their capacity challenges to see what the population needs and to think in terms of housing types that would best support self-sufficiency and health in housing. So thank you for your time and thank you for your hard work, all of you.
Thank you. Okay, one final call. Do we have anybody else who wishes to be heard during our public comment time? Going once, going twice. Okay, sold, and thanks everybody for your input. And now we will move along to the report of the Executive Director, Director Bell.
Yeah, good morning, Chair Hall, members of the council. I will yield really the bulk of my time this morning, other than just acknowledging and appreciating all of the public comment that we have received, and particularly for those that we've continued to receive. As a point of order, there's a few action items I am taking out of some of the public comment today. So just acknowledge and appreciation, and we hear you from all of the folks. So with that, Chair Hall, I will yield in so that we can get into our agenda for today.
Thank you, Director Bell, and I'm going to yield my time as well. So Natasha, are you and your team ready to go with the presentation of the Affordable Rental Housing Division items?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Hall, Director Bell, council members. It's nice to be with you here today. I'm trying to think of, there was a lot expressed in public comment, and so I do want to acknowledge and reflect on that and figure out what it is I want to address right now versus embedded in the agenda. I think appreciation for the Housing Oregon comments around our NOFA process and engagement. We, as we have been talking about with you on a monthly basis, have been doing a huge lift in engagement and have doors open, surveys, conversations, like all of that is welcome and accepted and embraced through this process. So, that the letter that they have provided to council will move into that process of input. And I think a lot of the later discussion that we'll be having here will be responsive to many of the themes brought up through that conversation. We've provided the update on the milepost 5 on the website. I think obviously these are challenging dynamics, and have been really trying to unpack the role that we have as a housing finance agency that's not operating the property, in holding accountability where we can. And so, want to continue having those discussions. And we'll continue to have follow-up with tenant concerns from our HUD contract administration group, which was discussed on the complaint process side. And I know we've had significant conversations with that individual, so we'll continue to follow up with her. So I think with that, I'm going to probably address a little bit more comment feedback as we move through. And our first presentation here today is Ty, new Assistant Director of Production, Ty Dunstan-Strain, who will be bringing forward a 4% recommendation here. And I'll screen share, Ty, you can get started.
Good morning, Director Bell, members of the council. Happy holidays to everybody. Good to be in virtual community with you. So for the record, my name is Ty Dunstan-Strain, Assistant Director for Production, here to present one transaction, Terracina Vistas. It's a project sponsored by USA Properties and Northwest Housing Alternatives in Gresham. It's a 62-unit a 92-unit project with a range of unit sizes, and with all at 60% AMI levels. OHCS fundings includes 4% LIHTC bonds and LIFT. The project also has a range of amenities, clubhouse, internet access, laundry facilities, and is scheduled to be completed in December this month. So we're excited about that. With the partnerships in it, the development team has MOUs in place with Hacienda CDC, the and other organizations to support the tenants. Cascade Management is going to be the property manager, and MWSP Targets, Walsh is the construction. GC is committed to a goal of 30% participation. This project supports two of our statewide housing plan goals, equity and racial justice and affordable rental housing. And that there is included in the packet a equity and racial justice project status sheet that we've included for the reference. And with that, I ask if there's any questions before that you folks would like clarified before you consider the motion.
All right, council members, this is your opportunity for questions, comments, any kind of feedback. Councilmember Rogers.
Oh, it's morning still, so good morning.
Good morning.
Happy holidays to everyone. I had an amazing Thanksgiving. I hope everyone else did as well. Appreciate this particular project, like the fact that it has a range of unit sizes, but my question has to do with the equity and racial justice project status. So for the MW ESB, there's a 30% target commitment, and then it says has not met but have a good faith effort. Can you elaborate more on what that means?
Yeah. So the performance piece is we are tracking performance by sponsors, and what that performance metrics is past performance, and our our MWSB person, Claudia is actively tracking those performance and data points, and that at this time, based on the data, this is what the analysis concluded of their past projects.
Yeah, and Ty, if I can add a little more to that, I think so we have implemented MWSB targets. That was a new endeavor. And so I think looking back in terms of holding to accountability, and I think, we are started out as, guidelines and now targets. And I think making changes and shifts into requirements is going to be kind of the next step that we are looking to pursue. And I know the MWSB work group, which is external partners, is working with Claudia in a work group on those types of strategies. And so I think part of this, as Ty is reflecting, is as we're looking back at what has been performed and what we are requiring reporting on, that is where that is. And I see Roberto just came on camera, who is directly involved in that. So we'll hand it off to him to broaden insight here.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Roberto Franco, I'm the Assistant Director of Development Resources. On the two items under the MWSB, the 30% is for this project. And as both Natasha and Ty have clarified, the second item is the overall performance. And so it's true, some of the developers are new or came in as we started implementing the process. It's also the nature of different projects accomplish different goals, different rates. Sometimes it's hard to get to that goal because of the nature of contracting. And so what we're putting in place is really holding developers to that. So we are enhancing and revising our compliance manual to that, so that in the future, developers need to do more than the good efforts that they have committed to us.
So additional clarifying question. So the 30% target, is that just the construction piece of it, or everything, all aspects?
All include construction as well as soft development cost. So it includes the subcontractors that do the many pieces of the actual construction, but that could include professionals as well, engineers, architects, other consultants that are involved in it. So it's the overall cost of the project. That's
okay.
That's what we're trying to reach, yeah.
And I believe Walsh Construction, that's who's doing this project. Is that correct?
Ty, is it,
are they the contractor?
Correct.
So I appreciate trying to get the metrics in place, but I'm troubled simply because Walsh has been around for a long time. I'm surprised that and this doesn't necessarily break down to say, these are the contractors for associated with Walsh or whatever, but to me it's still troubling, and I don't know what we need to do additionally to be more specific, but I appreciate the fact that you're saying, okay, we started out with targets, here's performance, how we kind of get to, and now this is a requirement. But maybe what we need to do, and I don't know what type of conversations have been had with the developers, just so that they're clear in understanding that they need to do better. So thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I want to appreciate Councilmember Rogers raising this issue. And I want to take it up from this specific project, although this specific project is giving us the opportunity to have this discussion. Structurally, by the time a project gets to us for final approval, it's too far down the pipe for us to be able to say no. And, you know, we are having these conversations about what's the role of the council and where does the council weigh in and where do we have our influence? But at this point, we can't say no. I mean, of course we could, and it would be very detrimental to a lot of work and housing that we are hoping to come online, right? So I'm not unaware of that. However, we've been, and Natasha, you know, I appreciate all the work that you and staff have been doing over the years to try to get closer to a racial justice and equity practice that lives into our values. So this is said with understanding and respecting that, but we have seen this language now for many years on many projects. And it's just, I think at this point, not enough. It's not good enough. So if there is additional information that you all have as staff that says they didn't meet the last project, and here are some things, you know, here's some things they've learned and what they're going to do differently in this project, that would help us understand the level of deep conversation and negotiation that I know staff are having. However, simply having, you know, the information that says they didn't meet it last time, but they tried really hard, and those are my words, those aren't your words, it isn't enough. And so it, you know, it puts me in a very hard place being able to say, I want this housing in the world. These are good providers. They have done good work for us in the past, and they're not meeting our racial justice goals. So at what point do we stop, in essence, passing people along to the next project without having there be some consequences to a lack of non-performance? And again, I don't think it's one strike and you're out. We've got to move faster on this. We've got to move faster on this. We've got to put some bigger consequences into place. And we have to have a larger discussion, I think, you know, as we continue to look at how does the council work and what our role is, about how we can get these issues shared with us before we get to this point, because now we're at this point, and to vote no on this would be, I think, you know, catastrophic in many ways. So I feel between a rock and a hard place. And, you know, we have been asking about these issues for many years. And I know you're working hard on it. Where can we get to some kind of a closer, particularly on this project, right? For people who are in the metro area, for, you know, very experienced developers, you know, contractors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So my reflections are comments. And there's some structural issues here that are troublesome to me. Thank you.
And I just want to offer my appreciation for the comments and for holding feet to fire on meeting our equity and racial justice goals. I think another, and I think it's an and. These are projects that have taken 5 years to get to this point. And so as we are evolved over the last 5 years, we have continued to move the bar, create structures, and create performance measures. And it is not possible for that 5 years to be undone to consistently, I mean, so I think it's needing to follow the process. And there is nothing, while we are saying, I mean, I think, like, what do those words mean? The good faith efforts means that our MWSB analyst has worked with them, that has gotten assurance, has understanding, and that there are still commitments to making that happen in this project. And I think as we go into our NOFA conversation in just a little bit, really, I think that is like another place to kind of dig in a little bit more on how do we hold to standards, and what does it look like to say, if it's not one error and you're out, what is the remedy and what are the pathways through? And so I think those are all really active discussions that we are having, and really critical to making sure that we are going to be more successful in achieving and getting the clear alignment across all of our projects, which is our intention. But I think it is difficult and challenging, and I really we need to engage in that conversation, so I appreciate it.
Anybody else on the council want to weigh in here? Councilmember Meachin. Aaron? Oh, you're still muted. You are muted.
There we go.
There you are.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hall, Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Rogers, and Natasha. I appreciate all the input on these issues of ethnicity and race, and centering human-centered aspects to the building of these and developing of these places. As a person with lived experience, I would like to, reiterate what Councilmember Lee and Rogers shared, as well as like for the property management company, the same kind of idea. Cascade Property Management Company has a history of, my own personal experience with them was pretty horrific. Not every single person, and obviously the whole company can't be responsible for every manager that they hire, but overall, the reviews have come back that they're really awful to work with, and they're awful to many of the people that rent in these buildings and things. So I just really appreciate the fact that there is an agenda for doing some work to center race and equity into the plan for making decisions. And I really appreciate Councilmember Lee saying that, like, where it's too late, 5 years into the project, we need to finish this baby and get it up and going. Where do we go from here? We should have, be in front of it. So I'm excited to continue the journey here, but I just wanted to throw those comments in.
Thank you. Councilmember DeFontora. Well,
Thank you, Chair Hall.
Okay.
Yeah, my apologies for having my camera off. Our internet's unstable today. So I just want to echo what everyone has said thus far. Every month when we look at the decision-making point and the things that are put in front of us, I always want to support all of the good work that people are doing. But when I'm looking at it through a racial justice lens, I kind of feel like we fall short sometimes in our approvals, at least for me and how I view these things. I do believe that staff are trying really hard and doing a lot of good work. But at some point, I think that this has to inform our decision making. And right now, I don't know that it does. I feel like it's put in front of us, as Councilmember Lee said, at a point where we kind of need to move forward with it. But for me, it feels somewhat inconsistent with the value piece for me. So I look forward to hearing more about this as this continues to evolve, and I hope it's evolving quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on the council want to weigh in now? Well, trying to do a temperature check of the room. I hear some definite concerns, but I also hear acknowledgement that this does need to go forward. So what's the sentiment of the council? Would somebody like to make the motion included on page 10, I believe it is, of our packet? Well, don't all speak at once, folks.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
For me, I am just sort of sitting for a moment and taking a breath, because I think there are some significant, again, and it's not just this project and these developers and contractors, it's the larger issue. So I'm just sitting to take a breath, and in the spirit of we got to move, I will move the motion.
Okay, Director Bell.
Yeah, if I may just quickly, I don't intend to interrupt the voting process here, but I think there's some important reflections here that I want to make sure we at least have the opportunity to name clearly where we go from here. So we are both holding two things at once. The acknowledgement that there's been a lot of years of work leading up to this, and I heard a consensus from, not a formal consensus, but certainly a consensus in spirit that no one wants to stop or inhibit or slow down the production of units anywhere, of affordable units. And so I want to just name that very clearly, that no one wants to slow that down. That is not what I'm hearing. What I am hearing is that when we think about again, not this particular project, but what it's raising up for the council. And so I want to just name that it's not something targeted or specific to the project. It's what's being reflected up from this particular project is around the timing and the sequencing and sort of the compression that creates by the time that projects in general, not this particular project, by the time projects get to council, and when we have our racial justice values sort of overlaid within this, it simply is, and I think we've said this for quite some time, and so I'll just hold us to that as well, that there is a timing thing in terms of when we bring it to council for weigh-in and for feedback, it actually creates a pretty narrow window for council to actually offer feedback that can be affected or reflected upon and then potentially implemented. And so what I would just offer, Chair Hall, not as a proposed solution, but as an action item in pursuit of a solution is that is a couple things. So one, we have the council has some forthcoming conversations and some decisions to lay out and consider as we think about the statutory updates that govern the council's role. That creates a very clear opportunity for us to really, I think, in earnest rethink how and where we prioritize the council's time, particularly as it relates to the timing in which projects come to council and where we need to adjust and prioritize our prism, not only for a vote in just general feedback, but whether we need to reprioritize and shuffle our time to get and to dig in more deeply on the elements that we are held to in terms of advancing racial justice, that I don't think we have yet clearly identified that pathway, and we have that with the forthcoming conversations about statutory role, particularly now that we have Department of Justice counsel and advisement in that. And so I would just summons the council to namely note this as one of the, I won't say it's a top priority, but I think what I'm hearing is it is potentially a top priority for council as you all weigh in that criteria and that advisement from Department of Justice, is to begin tackling the timing, the sequencing of how we spend where the council puts weight and time on advancing racial justice as we think about what we want to see when projects come in front of council. So just a point of consideration so that we don't lose that as a clear action item, and so that it's clearly not all lost that there is no room for improvement or for council voice to weigh in, because it is a new day, and so we should treat it as such, and that I'm not hearing that there is any specific concerns, correct me if I'm wrong, with this particular project. I'm hearing that this particular project is raising up some broader sentiments that there is a shared interest in wanting to tackle.
That all, I think, captures perfectly our discussion so far. Councilmember Mania.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Just a point of clarification, at least for me, Director Bell, is that there is a point of concern, especially when we're talking about Walsh construction and we're talking about a metro project. If we were talking about, East Oregon or Southern Oregon, or areas where there hasn't been a lot of focus on equity and inclusion, all those things, I understand that. And I have been clear, we need to move forward. It's an educational component, it's an opportunity, but we're talking about Gresham, we're talking about Walsh, and we're talking about Northwest Housing Alternatives. It's not a new organization. They know all of this, and that is what's concerning to me.
Anybody else on the council wish to be heard at this time? So I believe we have a pretty strong and clear message and direction of what I guess council future expectations are, even if the details are still to be worked out. We agree that our role has to change and evolve. And on this project, I believe that Mary Lee, our council member, did make a motion for approval. Is somebody willing to make a second now?
In the spirit of moving the project forward, I will second the motion.
Thanks very much. And could we have the roll call now, please?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFantorum.
Yes.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Menya,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember Meehan,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, team. All righty. We keep it going now in affordable rental housing.
Certainly, yes. Thank you, council members for the discussion and supporting us moving forward here. Last month, if you recall, we had Ed Brown here to present the recommendations from our Veterans and Small Project NOFA. At that time, we had identified that one of the projects that we had been recommending for funding had a last minute update to the units in there, and it required us to go back to the table with them to make sure that what we were bringing was accurate and reliable information. And so Ed is engaged and done that work and is here to bring back that project today for funding recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Natasha. Give me just one moment while I share my slides for the council. Let me reinitiate this. Here we are. Thank you for that. Good morning, council members, Chair Hall and Director Bell. My name is Ed Brown. I'm the applications team manager for the Affordable Rental Housing Division, and I am following up last month's presentation of the Veterans and Small Project NOFA funding recommendation with a final recommendation from that procurement. Today, I'm recommending Division Street Apartments in Multnomah County for a funding recommendation. Let's see if I can advance this. The motion is on page 16 of today's packet materials. Do Good Multnomah will create 22 new affordable housing units to serve veterans in Eastern Portland. They're proposing a quick construction plan through a modular housing concept with Blazer Industries. The project is requesting $4,400,000 from OHCS to start construction. The estimated total project cost is $5,969,075. This project has committed to achieving a 30% MWESP participating development rate and a comprehensive resident services plan to serve a veteran population that it'll house. If funded, the project could start construction as soon as this summer and begin leasing in 2025. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information for the council and ask the council to consider the motion.
All right. Questions, comments, input from council? Okay, I am not seeing any raised hands, not hearing from any of you. So would somebody like to make the motion that appears on the screen, please? Oh, Councilmember Rogers.
Sorry, just a quick question.
Of course.
So thank you for the project. Do Good Multnomah. Can you give me a little bit more information about them? I'm not really familiar with them.
Just about the sponsor or the
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can pull up other than they do have members on their team that are familiar to OHCS. I don't have specific names, and I might call upon some of my colleagues if they have some memorized knowledge.
Sorry. They're a veteran serving nonprofit that's been around for a few years. They have been a partner in a couple of projects, providing services in veterans specific projects.
So we have done some projects with them in the past then?
This is yes. And so this would be the first one that I think, I may be wrong about this, but as far as I know, in terms of our veteran funding source, this is the first time they've come in as an applicant. However, they are working with a consultant.
Okay.
So they do have that support, and they have been involved in other veterans projects. They just haven't been the sponsor and the applicant before. So I do feel good about the fact that they are working with a consultant, or not just me. We feel good. Our team feels good about the fact that they're working with a consultant to help them through this process.
And then as far as their MWESB, their performance is just saying that it's insufficient data. So is that because they started late in the process as far as putting stuff together, or do you have a little bit more information on that?
If I may add, Amy, the insufficient data is looking at past performances in projects. In this instance, we don't, Amy is right, this is the first time that they are coming in as developers and as sponsors. So we don't have previous projects against which we can check their performance.
Okay.
In this instance, in this particular project, they are committing to exceeding the 30% that is required. So this sets the sort of the beginning for us to see their performance if they ever come back again as developers and sponsors for the project.
Okay, thank you.
And then lastly, just to add, the named consultant that Amy mentioned is Home First Development for this project.
Further council questions or input?
Move the motion.
Thank you. And is there a second, please?
I'll second.
And now could we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFantorum.
Yes.
Chair Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Mena.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Meehan.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thanks, everybody. Now we're moving into the pre-development framework introduction.
Great. Thank you so much. And I think, it is, as we're thinking about expanding production and the impact of projects into community to serve Oregonians, I think connecting conversations and pieces across here, as we were just talking about the experience of Do Good Multnomah, who started entering into the development world as a partner on deals and has now done enough of those to be the primary applicant, and that type of process of getting into this work and making sure that you're doing so with sufficient expertise and you're creating your internal knowledge and partnerships is really part of the practice of this work and expanding capacity across the state. And one of the pieces of that puzzle is pre-development. So really excited to have Mitch Hanush, our senior policy analyst in affordable rental housing, bringing that forward today. This is a new legislative investment for us this year and is part of what we are bringing forward, informed through all of the engagement to date and really specifically focused intentionally on addressing the need to center our small, culturally specific and nonprofit organizations in that foundational work that they do in community in both providing housing and creating housing. And so we'll see a lot of responsive strategies that Mitch will be talking through today that is aiming to both proactively move us in a direction, but also ensure that we are mitigating potential unintended consequences of our funding shifts as we go forward. And I think there's many ways those are being addressed. Pre-development is not the only way, but this is part of that overall strategy. So I think with that, I will mute myself and hand it over to Mitch to take us through this introduction item.
Thanks, Natasha. Good morning, council members, Chair Hall. My name is Mitch Hanoush. As Natasha just mentioned, I'm the Senior Policy Analyst for the Affordable Rental Housing Division. And I'm going to give you an introduction to our pre-development loan program. I think Natasha just did a great job giving a kind of high level, but I'll try to dive a little deeper and then go into some of our responses from the feedback we've received and some next steps for you all to see. So for some context, as Natasha mentioned, we received $9.7 million in the last legislative session for pre-development loans to developers of affordable housing financed through OHCS. That was in House Bill 5511. It was pretty high level. It left us a lot of kind of room to interpret, which is great. We're able to kind of have some flexibility in how we design this program and how we stand it up. It was proposed in response to, I think, a lot of conversations that our team was involved in with the legislature and with the governor's team around kind of the consolidated process, the updated funding process, and some of those increased readiness expectations. I think, as you heard from some of the public comment today, we've also received a lot of great feedback from community partners around kind of the impact that those readiness expectations are going to have on kind of their pre-development process. And we acknowledge and we're aware of that potential consequence and advocated for these resources as kind of a necessary piece of the puzzle if we were going to move in that direction. So we're really excited to have received some funding to launch this program and really optimistic about the impact it might be able to have. We've gone through sort of a lot of a feedback process so far. We did some initial outreach to sort of other organizations and agencies nationally around this type of program, and within the state of Oregon, folks who are operating similar programs, developers who are needing some of this type of funding, who have accessed this type of funding before. We brought it to the engagement session that we had around kind of pre-development needs and pre-qualification and DEI agreement, and we brought it to the Housing Oregon conference. We've had a few conversations with key stakeholder groups and have been able to, I think, integrate a lot of that feedback and are hopeful that we can integrate your feedback as well and then sort of move to the next step in the process after that. So pre-development loan program is not completely new to OHCS. We had one before my time at the agency, but it is new in the context of our agency as it stands today. I think our agency has really evolved since the last time we stood this up, and in terms of both our kind of volume of deals that are coming through our door, but also in terms of our agency priorities. And we wanted to make sure this new funding source really aligned with those priorities and was able to kind of have the greatest impact possible. So we started with kind of just a goal orientation internally and sort of talking through best practices and doing some research. And these were the 4 real guiding principles, goals that we wanted this program to be able to focus on that we came up with. First and foremost, we wanted this resource to be able to support partners equitably. As I think Natasha mentioned, and as you heard in the public comment, there is concern that the increased readiness expectations with the new funding process are going to disproportionately burden organizations that don't have really large balance sheets, that are not able to finance these pre-development costs out of pocket and take on that risk without surety that they're going to get funded until later in the development timeline. These resources, I think, they do have to support those organizations that are most burdened by those increased expectations, which are our partners who are nonprofits, our partners who are culturally specific organizations, and our small rural partners. And so we wanted to keep that orientation front and center and make sure that whatever we do with this program, that is the target that we're keeping in mind. We also want to maximize the impact of this program, thinking about ways in which we can supplement and fill gaps in the existing kind of ecosystem that exists for pre-development. We are not the only game in town for pre-development loans. There's a lot of people doing excellent work, both in the philanthropic and private and public sector, helping finance pre-development costs. And we want to make sure that we can take our positionality as a state agency and do things that other folks might not be able to do with these resources, and be able to kind of intersect with folks and meet their needs that aren't currently able to be met by products in the marketplace right now. We also want to make sure that we're financing projects that have a good chance to move forward, and that we're supporting those projects in moving forward, so that projects that get these pre-development resources are able to continue to move forward and get to readiness. Acknowledging again that there are a lot of other pre-development products in the market right now, we want to make sure this aligns with those as opposed to being redundant or competitive in some way. This is not intended to be that in any way, and we want to make sure that's front of mind, that we're working with our partners who are doing this type of work already, not in conflict in any way, and being really intentional about that. I think also thinking about how it aligns with our existing offerings is really critical, and making sure that this is as streamlined as possible, particularly with kind of our early funding sources that we have right now, like our land acquisition program or our capacity building resources. Lastly, we wanted this to be a sustainable resource. I think again, as some of the public comment mentioned, $9.7 million is not enough to meet the entirety of the pre-development cost needs in the state. And we know that. We want to be able to stretch this resource as far as possible. So having it revolve into itself to the extent that we can will really allow us to expand the impact, maximize the impact that that initial $9.7 million investment could do on its own. So with those goals in mind, we proposed a framework before these engagement sessions and brought it to partners. High level, just taking two of kind of the key, what I thought were some of the key criteria or programmatic pieces that came from our goal orientation. First and foremost, the organizational eligibility we restricted to nonprofits, tribes, housing authorities, and local governments. From an alignment standpoint, that was to align with our other early funding programs. So the land acquisition program and the capacity building program both have these organizational eligibility restrictions on them already. And so this allows pre-development loans to slot in really well as part of that ecosystem and be able to potentially help partners who are going through a continuum from capacity building or land acquisition program to pre-development before they're able to actually access construction financing. And we think that'll really help this program plug in quickly and effectively with the other resources that we have to be able to get to the capital funding later down the road. We also thought this was a good starting point for some of the equity conversations by restricting this to these organizations that historically have been disproportionately burdened by having to have these upfront costs and have less balance sheets generally, or smaller balance sheets generally. I think having less resources in hand makes these readiness conversations really scary for some of these types of organizations. And we're hopeful that by targeting these resources to these groups, we're able to bring them up and allow them to compete from an even footing for these resources without having to worry about sort of some of those risk factors that come into play early on. This is not to say that there are not for-profit organizations out there that would need this funding. And it's not to say that every nonprofit, housing authority or tribe or local government would need these resources. That's surely not the case, but with the limited resources we have available, this was kind of a first cut of who would be kind of eligible for the resources and who we think disproportionately will be burdened by the expectations that we're bringing. The other kind of initial programmatic move we made was based on kind of a model from another program in Massachusetts, and they break the pre-development loans into two products. First, there's a feasibility loan, and that's a really smaller targeted loan provided to organizations that are not able to kind of meet key feasibility benchmarks to be able to access pre-development loans in the market. So it's a way to sort of expand the timeline and the intersection of resources earlier. It takes on a lot more risk, but it's connected to one specific cost. It's streamlined, it's quick access, and it moves projects through those key milestones to get to a pre-development loan once their project is deemed feasible. So we wanted to bring that in as sort of a way to expand both the sustainability of the resource by making sure pre-development loans are more likely to go to feasible projects. And again, thinking about sort of the impact of these resources, being able to kind of fill a gap, something that might not be as easily accessible for folks who currently are trying to access this type of product in the market. So we brought that framework to partners and we received a ton of excellent feedback. We continue to receive a ton of excellent feedback on this and are doing our best to integrate all of it. These are some of the key themes that we heard from partners. Initially, some kind of specific programmatic themes. One, that the proposed cap that we had in place for these resources was insufficient. We had initially proposed a $500,000 cap on each loan. Folks were really clear that that was not high enough for the costs that were going to be necessary to get to readiness. Relatedly, there was a desire for kind of a broader eligible use category. We had presented sort of a standard eligible uses from kind of best practices, again, nationally for what folks were allowing cost-wise for pre-development loan products. And a lot of great feedback came in around other costs that folks wanted this resource to be able to pay for. Some of those I included in this PowerPoint around community engagement, different types of studies and different types of professional services. I think that was heard loud and clear. There was kind of a reiteration of, or an emphasis on our desire to align with other funders. In particular, CDFIs were called out as critical partners here. They often have, or there are several in the state that have really phenomenal pre-development loan programs that have been doing great work for a really long time. And there was a desire for us to be able to work with them in a way that expanded the impact for both of us. There was caveats to that a desire to keep it streamlined and as simple as possible so that folks weren't having to navigate two different complex underwriting systems and application processes to be able to access some type of streamlined process or collaboration process. And so that was also emphasized by the CDFI partners. When we talked to them, we had a kind of initial conversation. We hope to have several more to be able to sort of flesh out what this model could look like. But there was a desire there and an emphasis on trying to keep it streamlined and simple. There was a desire for some clarity on the connection to other OHCS funding programs, in particular, thinking about those other early funding programs, land acquisition and capacity building, how this pre-development loan product could connect in with those or be used in lieu of those or in some type of ecosystem with those types of resources in a way that connects to capital funding programs. So thinking about how this fits into the entire kind of OHCS funding process was a big point of feedback as well. Lastly, a really big point that we received multiple times was a desire for some clarity on recourse, generally thinking about what OHCS is planning to do for those projects that do not end up reaching construction financing. The general model is you provide the pre-development loan, and when a project receives financing, that loan comes back into OHCS and is paid for through that construction financing. If that does not happen, the loan has to be repaid generally. And there was concern around sort of how that loan was going to be secured, what types of forgiveness opportunities there might be, particularly on that feasibility loan that's coming in a lot earlier and has a little bit higher risk profile than some of the pre-development loans, but just sort of generally wanting to see a little more detail on what our plans were with that. And so I'm going to walk through, we're still very much in the development phase of kind of integrating some of these and in particular with our desire to have kind of a collaborative process with other funders. We're still in need of a lot more conversation and process detail. But just to walk you through sort of some of the updates that have been made here, or some of the programmatic things that we wanted to call out. We're still planning to do these feasibility loans. It's a smaller loan amount, as mentioned, for really discrete costs, something that helps with kind of that early feasibility, whether that's financial modeling or environmental testing or costs associated with early site control and gaining that site control, something that allows a project to meet that milestone to get to that feasibility standard that is required to access a pre-development loan or another product, or just a cost that folks want to be able to incur early so that they feel more confident taking on a larger pre-development loan that carries a little more risk by nature of just the volume of the loan. In response to some feedback around kind of that sustainability and in response to sort of feedback around wanting to target these resources a little more intentionally, even beyond that initial cut of organizational eligibility, we're restricting eligibility to the feasibility loans specifically to culturally specific organizations and or small rural partners. We want to make sure these resources are really targeted towards those organizations that need it the most. These are higher risk loans, they're fast-tracked approval, and we want to make sure they are only being used for the organizations that really need them. And we see those organizations that really need them as these two organizational categories in particular, the ones that could really use that extra feasibility support in addition to kind of the pre-development loan product. And so we are starting from that cut with these organizations here, and then the pre-development loan will still be restricted to that kind of broader category of nonprofits, housing authorities, local governments, and tribes. So the pre-development loan, we raised the cap based on feedback to $750,000. We acknowledge that that's probably still not sufficient for a lot of costs, which we'll get to in the next slide. This is sort of standard terms for a lot of pre-development loans we've seen out in the market. The key difference here, I think, beyond that kind of elevated cap is that we are expanding our kind of definition of eligible uses to all costs that can be directly connected to moving a project to readiness. So with all of the feedback on folks that we got from folks around kind of costs that they wanted to be able to pay for with these resources, the real key theme that we heard was flexibility. We need to be able to finance with these resources anything that we're asking folks to achieve readiness. Or that they need to get to achieve readiness. So if we're saying projects need to do community engagement to get to readiness before we provide a funding commitment, then these resources should be able to pay for that. That makes sense to us, and I think we want to be able to move forward with that. I do think we want to draw the line at project. It needs to be project-based in moving a specific project to readiness. We have other resources that support kind of organizational capacity building, other resources that connect to land. This is specific to moving an individual project concept and plan through kind of some costs that are necessary to be incurred to move from that kind of early intake stage of our new funding process to that final commitment stage. And lastly, this is, you know, from our perspective, not going to look, I think, incredibly different in terms of what the loan looks like term-wise, but we are calling this out as something we want to move forward with. We've had, again, early conversations with CDFIs in particular around what this could look like and need to have more to sort of flesh out some details. We're going to try to model this after another state's funding process that looks similar, where they have a one-to-one match with a third-party lender, a minimum of a one-to-one match, meaning, you know, our $750,000 cap can be expanded to 1.5 million with kind of a third-party injection of 750,000. It could even go higher if the third-party lender is willing to go beyond a one-to-one match. OHCS will be committing to a top loss and subordinate position in order to kind of take on a lot of the risk of these projects, and that's both the desire to incentivize third-party lenders to work with us on this type of product, but also to help expand kind of the project profile that they might feel confident making a loan to, expanding the risk tolerance by taking on some of that risk as a state really feels like us taking on a role that's pretty unique and capable, that we're capable of taking on given our positionality. We are committing to having as much of a streamlined application as possible. Again, a lot of the details there need to be worked out, but we heard that loud and clear, both from partners and from the CDFIs that we worked with, that the desire to keep it as streamlined as possible. And we want to be able to expedite OHCS approval in instances where they've already received underwriting review from a third party that we have approved as a lender. I think we want to be able to move that through our process faster so that it's not holding anybody up. Quick next steps. So we want to get your feedback today and over the coming weeks, if anyone wants to continue this conversation before we come back for kind of an approval on moving forward, I'd love to. And we also are going to continue conversations, in particular need to follow up again with the CDFI partners and kind of work on next steps there. Outstanding process questions, we still have to kind of work out what an application is going to look like for these type of resources and just sort of structurally, functionally, what that becomes. The underwriting question is a big one, particularly around the feasibility loan. What kind of our standards should be for something that by definition carries a lot of risk, and wanting to make sure we're allowing folks to access it while still providing resources to organizations that are going to be able to benefit from this type of product. Pipeline support connection is a big one as well. So with our updated process, we're going to have kind of that earlier intersection with a lot of projects and providing that pipeline support with technical advisors and thinking about ways that we can integrate this type of funding, not just in collaboration with our other funding sources, but with our updated processes and organizational structure, and where this kind of slots into that is still to be determined. We also have to go through, we get to go through the Oregon Administrative Rules process. We will be having a Rules Advisory Committee. We'll be doing some public comments and have to go through that whole process, which will allow folks, I think, another great opportunity to provide input into some of the more kind of nuts and bolts structural pieces of the program if they desire. And with that, any questions from the council?
Yes, Councilmember DeFontorum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Hall, and thank you, Mitch, for the presentation. I really appreciate the direction this is going. I have like one issue, and that is the fact that this is a loan. And I'm wondering if there are pre-development grants available to culturally specific providers, particularly small providers. Because anytime you tie debt to development, what you're really talking about is increasing rent for the project to be viable. And for those of us that serve low-income people, that can sometimes make housing not available for our most needy people. So I'm really interested in hearing if maybe there's a grant program and I'm not aware of it, but that would be my main question here. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a really great point, Councilmember DeFontorum. I think unfortunately, not unfortunately, but the way that the bill was written calls out specifically pre-development loans that need to be offered. I will say the way that we're attempting to structure this is, and some of the feedback that we received around forgivability, I think it is absolutely not going to be a grant program because we are being instructed by statute to have this be a loan program, but we are trying to figure out on a project by project basis, on an organization by organization basis, ways that we can assess risk to specific partners who might be more burdened by potentially not reaching that construction financing point, so that we're not placing a ton of debt on an organization that needed to come in for pre-development loans in the first place. That would absolutely be a negative outcome that we're not going to allow to happen, and are going to do our best to get these projects to construction financing. I think once a project reaches construction financing, this pre-development loan rolls into that payment by OHCS. And so this doesn't really add to that debt. It gets repaid at that point. And so it won't have an impact on tenants down the road in terms of rents, because it won't be incorporated into the financing in as much of a degree as sort of it is up front. It does add to the total payment that we would need to make to a project, but it will get rolled into that construction financing. So I think that's the first kind of key, is trying to get those projects as intentionally and as specifically calling out culturally specific organizations and small rural partners by doing that initial feasibility loan program and then moving them into the pre-development loan, hoping that we can get them to that point. And then for those projects that can't make that point, trying to be really intentional about doing as little harm as possible to organizations that are struggling to get their project to that point, I guess. So thinking about those forgiveness terms, I think, is really critical here.
Yeah. Councilmember Lee.
Hey, Chair Hall. I also want to talk about loan forgiveness. And if I would like to see that actually written in as a formal piece of the program design here, rather than a case-by-case analysis and taking action based on the project, those kinds of things. I appreciate that looking at things very specifically. And I also want to see the value of forgiveness for some of the reasons, Mitch, you have said, and some of our own values as a council, as an agency, written in. I think particularly for the feasibility loans, because the risk is they're not always going to get to pre-development, that would be a very high priority for us to be able to write in the pathway for forgiveness over 2-3 years period of time, because in the end, if we aren't able to do that, an organization that we're specifically trying to work with is going to be in a worse position because they took a risk, right? And that's what we're trying to do is blunt the impact or eliminate the impact of risk to folks who are maybe this is a new first time. So I would like to see specific language about forgiveness, either as the value or as here's how we're going to amortize the loan over time to get to forgiveness in the final rules. Mitch, I just wanted to clarify, at one point when you were talking about the pre-development loans, you talked about the preferences for government. Were you speaking to tribal governments and I just misheard that, or were you talking about governments in general?
In terms of the organizational eligibility for the loans, local governments and tribal governments, both called out separately. So small local jurisdictions and tribal governments are both eligible for the program. Yeah.
I have some feelings about mainstream governments being included in that. It portrays that there's a sort of an equity between a tribal government and a jurisdictional government, and I don't think that's true, not in terms of importance and value, but in terms of access to resources. So if indeed we're going to list governments, because governments don't, you know what I mean? Like, I get small jurisdictions in rural places, and I think we cover that in part of the other conditions. If we're going to include that, then I want it specifically to say small jurisdictions in rural areas or underserved areas, because where I live, none of the governments that serve me should be asking for any of these resources. They don't have it, and again, they don't need it. So I would like us to be explicit about that, and also be explicit about the priority for tribal governments, because I think that's a whole another issue. And then I have 2 last questions. Have the partners seen what you just presented to us today, or is this a first look for everybody on this?
No, we brought this to the engagement that we had, I think in September, and then have presented it several other times to folks. This is an evolution of that kind of initial concept. I think it's a little more firmed up from that initial concept with some extra pieces involved, but yeah. So not the very first look, I think.
Great. Okay. I'd be interested in hearing, based on the public comment that we had and some of the written testimony that was submitted, when you come back with, here's, sort of the plan, and we've gotten solid on it, I'd be interested in hearing specifically where in the document and the plan and the project design has at least some of the feedback from the partners been incorporated, right? Like, I can try to think through, what did I hear and what did I see? And knowing specifically where you all have said, oh, we heard this, and so we did that. For instance, on the cap, right? So you heard that 500,000 was too low. You've now put it to 750. Great. There are other places where we've gotten feedback on it. And just as a point of education for myself, when we come back, I would love to hear, and this changed because we heard from partners, and this changed because we heard from, not like, every single thing, but sort of the major places, so that we can demonstrate, at least to us in our learning stance, where the changes happen based on the partner feedback. And if we couldn't accommodate a partner feedback, we know why.
Yeah.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you.
Support it,
Appreciate
and very happy to see it. Thank you for the work.
Thanks.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute there, but Councilmember Harris, and then on deck, Councilmember Rogers.
Thanks, Chair Hall, and thank you, Mitchell, for presenting this. My daily life lives in the pre-development world, so this is really exciting to me. And I had a couple comments and one question for you. So the first one is, I really appreciate that the eligibility for the pre-development loan covers a wide range services just to get to the finish and goal. And as you pointed out, I think you heard from the partners from initial outreach that community engagement was really important. And this is something that I find is often one of the first items to be cut, other than what's required from the funders or the city. Anything beyond that is often out of reach due to tight budget. So I really appreciate that. And similarly, trying to achieve sustainability goals or certification too is another item that often goes above and beyond those initial pre-development costs. So I think that's really great that these items, it seems like, can be included in this. And then I think my question is just in terms of the timing for the pre-development loan. And I was wondering if there was a cutoff for someone to apply for this loan during at a certain phase in the pre-development process. And I'm curious about that because oftentimes at the very end of the pre-development process, there's a substantial value engineering process that requires oftentimes a lot of additional services from the architect and consultants and so on. And so I was curious if that would applying for this loan that late in the process would be possible.
It's a great question, and thank you for the feedback. This was something, again, that we heard a lot in the feedback process, was folks kind of wanting that clarity. We're still working on exactly what this looks like and how it connects, mostly because we're still figuring out kind of the details of our updated funding process. I think initial conversations have tied this to our intake process, which is potentially a project coming in with a really early concept, or it's a project that's pretty ready to go. So I think it could span a really large development piece of the development timeline. And I think as long as they haven't officially moved into kind of a next stage of our process, and so have a project that's already sort of ready to start moving, it would be accessible. And I think we still have some of those details to work out, though, exactly where that cutoff is going to be. But I think our initial conversations have been it landing in that intake phase. But if there's projects that later in the timeline would need it, I think we would be open to including it for those projects as well.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Hall and Mitch, for the presentation. I am thinking that this is really exciting and helping smaller companies move forward and also bringing them up to speed to take risk. I'm just wondering, in the framework, have you considered limiting the number of times that a particular organization can apply for the funding, or is that something not important? I guess my only issue would be if the same organizations kept applying, and let's say they didn't make it. So, then we're talking about forgiveness and stretching that out for them. But can we also put something in place to help whoever's project doesn't move forward if they apply again? If we can say, you need to do XYZ next time to help them move forward so that their next project might be considered in the process.
Yeah, I think that's it's a great point. We have not talked about sort of capping the number of pre-development loans that an organization could take out, thinking about it more on a project by project basis. So each project is going to have sort of different pre-development needs, but I think your feedback is well taken, that organizations that need that kind of extra support might have many projects in the queue and still kind of need that support. So thinking about ways that we can structure this in a way that allows broader access as opposed to sort of just access of individual projects. We have not considered that deeply in the feedback that we received or in the framework that we've put together yet, but absolutely can integrate something along those lines. I think we're still very much in the development phase of what the process is going to look like, and I think that would be an important piece to keep in mind. I do think most of our loans are going to be, the pre-development loans in particular, are going to be structured based on need and what organizations specific costs that they're needing to have for that project in place are going to be. It's hopefully not going to be just the $750,000 cap for every single project. It'll be based on that need. And so I would imagine there's some level of conversation that needs to happen with folks that weren't able to achieve construction financing to really get down to why that happened and try to troubleshoot for how to ensure that we're able to get over the finish line for the next time and before we make another pre-development loan. Really trying to be intentional about that, I think makes sense to me.
Chair Hall, I'd like to jump in if I may. Assistant Director Rick Ruzicka, Planning and Policy. I just wanted to kind of add on, one of the cool things with kind of our reorganization of this process is at that early stage when these funds will be available, these organizations will also have the ability to utilize our technical advisors at this point. And so the technical advisors should be able to help mitigate maybe some of those issues that they may run into, particularly for inexperienced developers that might be utilizing these funds. So we have built into the process the ability to provide additional support in addition to the resources. So just wanted to call that out, that is providing that support is also important in this process as well.
You're on mute, Chair Hall.
My apologies, Councilmember Meehan.
It's usually me, Chair Hall. Thank you so much. Appreciate that you just brought that up, Rick, because that's what my question was. Is there, when you're talking about smaller organizations, folks that, organizations that haven't had the chance to really jump into these development projects and things like that because they are small, because they have been refused loans, because there is racism and lack of funding for small rural and other communities. Is there some kind of pre-screening, pre-development loan screening where, hey, this is what we have and what do you guys think before they go through the whole process? And like you said, mentioned the TAC group, because I think that's one of the things, if you don't have the experience in really actually doing it, you can't just whip this out and have it be to spec. And so I appreciate you bringing that up. That was my point or my question. So thank you. Thank you, Mitchell. It was a great presentation. I'm really excited for the future for this.
Thank you. Me too.
Okay. Further council dialogue. So what are our next steps going to be?
So I think we'll take this feedback, which is phenomenal. Thank you all for your questions and your input. We'll integrate it. We have a few more conversations to have with partners. I think we'll try to firm that up as best as possible and return to you with sort of an updated framework to hopefully get your approval on to kind of move forward with establishing this program, which is really, really exciting.
Great. Thank you so much, and to the whole team. All right, we've got 2 more items under the Affordable Rental Housing Division portion of our agenda. And once we're done with those, we're scheduled to take our mid-meeting break on or about 11:30, and then we'll have home ownership, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and our deep dive discussion after we return. But who's next in the
Right.
queue for affordable rental housing?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hall. And we have 2 items remaining, and they are not small. So we will try to go at the speed of swiftness and hope to not be egregiously over time here. Next, Mitch will also be presenting and sharing. This is I know another loop back around, where have we been on our journey here and where are we trying to drive and move toward? And I guess I will try to not usurp Mitch's talking points on this, but I do want to acknowledge and connect back to later in the agenda. You'll be hearing from Chelsea and Megan on the racial equity analysis tool and that work and evolution. This work is reflecting significant effort and attention to evolving diversity, equity, and inclusion agreement practice that we had created in order to try to be pushing and requiring accountability. And this is taking the next step toward accountability. And so with that, I will hand it over to Mitch, and surely his talking points are gonna make me not need to say more words there, so I'll defer here.
Thanks, Natasha. You always got the talking points top of mind, so that was spot on. This is I'm bringing for you all to kind of review and provide feedback on updates to our diversity, equity, and inclusion agreements. I'll try to move faster than I did last time through this one as well, acknowledging that we are running a little long. So just for some background, I think a lot of you are probably familiar with our DEI agreement. It's been a key part of our funding process for 4 years now. It was introduced in 2019 and integrated into all of our notices of funding availability. It was required that all projects, so every project since 2019 that has been funded by the ARH division and even broader beyond that, some other divisions at OHCS have adopted the DEI agreement as well, have signed this document as a threshold requirement for funding, which is exciting. At the time, it was a real, I think, big step forward in terms of our signaling of what our agency values were and our expectations of partners to be committed to those values as well. It has a list of 11 different DEI goals. Those goals were taken from Meyer Memorial Trust's equity strategies and adapted to kind of meet our needs a little better, and asks that organizations that are signing that are committing to moving forward with all of those 11 various organizational DEI goals. There was an ask for the signature to commit to doing that. There was not any level of tracking or follow-up that was happening with the DEI agreement. It was very much sort of an upfront signaling thing that was then archived in the NOFA application. I think we've since introducing this, always had a vision of how we could move to the next phase. It's taken longer than we had hoped, but I think we, and I do want to call out my colleague Trinity Kerr has taken a ton of time and effort in working on this and really moving it and progressing it to the next stage of the process. And I think we're all really excited to kind of finally be taking that next step and making this more active. So the update transitions from that static document to a more dynamic process. So we're going to be working with folks through their entire kind of journey, and understanding that some folks are coming into this, into this DEI journey really early and kind of still thinking about how to sort of start their process. And we also work with partners that are ahead of us in their DEI journey that are doing excellent work already. And we want to be able to meet people where they are and be able to sort of work with them and collaborate on ways that we can get better at our own DEI practices, as well as support them in their journey to improve their own DEI practices. The submission is going to be through a web-based registry. This is going to be kind of a big shift process-wise. Instead of being tied to specific projects, we're asking organizations to submit this into a registry that OHCS will have and maintain on a regular basis, trying to disconnect project-specific requirements from this process, thinking about this more from specifically that organizational requirement. So this should not be something that looks different on a project by project basis. Each organization should be working on this throughout their project timelines and continue to work on it regardless of whether they have projects coming in that year or not. It consists of a short survey. There's a multitude of DEI goals that they can select from, and they're self-reporting on 4. So we're asking them to select 4 of those DEI goals that they are committing to working on and reporting a baseline of where they're starting. And then annually after that, we'll be reporting on any progress that they've made on that goal or lack thereof to us at OHCS. The levels that they're going to be reporting on are 1 through 5, 1 being inactive, 2 being reactive, 3 proactive, 4 progressive, and 5 best practices. These are not developed by us. We took this from the global diversity, equity, and inclusion benchmarks work that I'll get into in the next slide, but just clarifying, that's not kind of our model that we designed. It's taken from experts in the field. Our initial phase of this work will be required for current and existing project owners, developers, co-developers, and development consultants. We do plan to and have a desire to have phase 2 and probably phase 3 and 4 of this, where we're rolling it out and implementing kind of a broader swath of requirements and folks who are required to fill this out. Most of the restriction here in phase 1 is more of a capacity concern. We don't have the staff to be reviewing all of the project's development team organizations at once, and thought this was probably the best place to start, and hope to, once we kind of get moving and get the implementation underway, expand this to property managers, service providers, other folks connected to the project who we want to be included in the registry. So kind of the why we're doing it, I think I've already spoken to this a little bit, but really ensuring that this DEI agreement is not just symbolic, that it's not just signaling, that it's actually having an impact on how organizations are moving forward with their DEI goals. Again, understanding that every organization is coming from a different place. This helps us kind of see where organizations are at in a way that's, I think, supportive. We're not trying to shame organizations that are just starting their DEI journey. We want to meet them where they're at and provide as much assistance as we can to help those organizations that are just starting to understand what the expectations are and sort of how to get to those next steps. And we also want to know kind of where the organizations are that are doing more DEI kind of work internally than OHCS, so that we can model ourselves after them potentially. I think we want to be a part of the puzzle as opposed to kind of a typical government role of being kind of authoritarian, punitive, carrying the stick. I think we really want to think of this from a growth mindset and perspective, and be supportive of partners and work hand in hand with them, as opposed to kind of coming down from above. We also think this will be a great way for us to just sort of have a better understanding of where there are gaps generally in kind of the landscape around DEI work, and where we can potentially provide guidance and support, or where if it's not necessarily something that we have expertise in, where we can potentially seek assistance and maybe a consultant or something. That's probably in a future phase once we roll this out. But I think having a better understanding of the landscape is really going to help us think about what that next phase really looks like too. So just high level understanding of the global diversity, equity, inclusion benchmarks. This was initially brought to OHCS by our Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Office. They are, as I mentioned, I think a couple times, planning to roll this out at OHCS as kind of our agency-wide DEI strategy, in a way to kind of think about our own organizational growth in diversity, equity, and inclusion. It breaks out all of their, they have different structures, kind of a cascading effect, where there's larger groups and then categories within those groups. Within each of those categories, there's sort of examples and benchmarks that folks can strive to achieve or understand kind of what that looks like at that level. And then the levels that I mentioned earlier are how kind of that judge of where you're at in that category happens. There's a guidebook that is associated with this. It has a lot of detail in it that gives some, I think, really great explanation of kind of why this is important work and sort of vision for how you can execute this work in kind of an action-oriented way and make progress beyond simple statements and sort of how you can execute a real DEI strategy that has more kind of meaning behind it. We're really excited to take this on internally, and we think it's going to be a great resource for our partners as well. I will say, just flagging in case you saw this in the memo too, and we've talked to some partners about this too, the organization we were working with that was owning the GDEIB as we were writing this memo folded, and they have handed off the DEI or the GDEIB to a different organization that is based on the authors of the original study. So I think the content owners are still planning to move to a different website and sort of have a new avenue for support, but we're in conversations with them about what that might look like. So it might take a little longer for us to connect directly to them. I still think the resources are really valuable in and of themselves and should support our partners who are just starting to kind of engage with this type of model. And relatedly, we're planning in the very near term to have kind of a longer discussion and training about what our expectations are, what partners' expectations of us should be, and what this process is going to look like. We want this to be understood and kind of understood as a threshold item and key requirement of our funding process that will continue to be a key requirement of our funding process. And so want to make sure partners understand what they're supposed to be doing and what the expectations are before we launch into our new funding process next spring. High level view of the model. Again, I very much encourage you all to look at it. It's I think great. These are sort of the four groups, the different colors here: internal, external, bridging, and foundation. Within each of those groups, there's specific categories. We're asking partners to select those categories that they're working on within those groups. We want them to select 4. That can be either, for an organization that's really thriving in the DEI space. I think a great opportunity to look for areas of growth still and potentially move forward in that regard. I think as organizations that are far ahead in DEI would probably be the first to admit no organization is perfect in terms of this type of work. And I think there's opportunities for growth for everyone. And so we hope that by having this kind of more detailed model, that there's going to be areas of intersection for everyone. And then for folks who are just kind of starting their journey, this might be a good way to sort of conceptualize what this might look like for them, what taking that next step and moving forward might look like. We have drafted an initial DEI agreement that includes sort of the commitment language that folks are, committing to moving ahead on this work and reporting regularly on an annual basis on sort of their progress. Ask them to select those 4 goals and then again report on sort of their initial baseline level that they see themselves self-reported. And then when they come back on an annual basis, they'll be asked to update that level and tell us where they're at now. So we included this in our engagements as well and have had several conversations internally and externally around this. And some of the key feedback that we've received, just calling that out, there was agreement that an annual cadence made the most sense. Initially, we had been thinking about potentially more frequent than that, but both from a capacity standpoint and for organizations, understanding that some of this work is going to take longer than a quarter or 6 months, and to see real progress, we might need a less frequent cadence, which I think is exciting that was the perspective a lot of folks were taking. There was general agreement that annual cadence made sense. Generally more clarity around sort of what our expectations are for progress. And again, sort of as just to reiterate what I was sort of talking about before, probably not very eloquently, but we really want to use this opportunity to meet people where they're at, not come at this from a punitive lens. We don't want to take folks' lack of progress as failure. We want to take it as an opportunity for growth, and we want to support those partners in getting to that next step in the process. And I think that's new, and I understand the kind of confusion that some folks had around that, and a lack of trust, frankly, that was actually the perspective we're going to take. But I think in our role as someone who will be, as an organization and entity that's going to be going through this process at the same time, we have a really unique opportunity to be really supportive and work side by side with organizations that are doing the same type of work and share lessons learned in a way that is not harming folks who are doing their best to try to move here, while still holding them accountable through reporting to continue to think about and move forward on this work. I think is sort of where we're thinking about that right now. There was more detail desired on how partners will be supported. As I mentioned, the organization that supported this work is no longer going to, so there is a new organization being stood up, but thinking about internally our capacity to do this work, our equity, diversity, and inclusion team is very mighty, but still very small. And I don't think we want to allow open the doors for everybody to be able to access them at will, simply because I don't think we have the time or ability to do that type of work for every partner. So I think we need to figure out how we're going to support partners. That's why we're kind of starting with a smaller group. We want to be there to support partners as they need it. We also want to be there for partners who don't feel confident reaching out for help. If we see folks coming back multiple times without making progress, we want to be able to reach out to them and ask how we can support them, direct them to resources and things along those lines. We still need to kind of flesh out, I think, a little bit more what types of support and what levels of support are possible. There was a lot of questions also around what accountability looks like, both from a nervousness of if I don't make progress, am I not going to be able to come in for funding ever again? And on the other side, a desire to hold organizations accountable to making progress on these goals. As of right now, our accountability is very much, again, more of that supportive space. I'm thinking of it from a growth mindset. I think there's a lot of unintended consequences to holding folks accountable in a way that is potentially punitive. I think you lose authenticity and you lose trust with the organizations, and we have not conceptualized a way to do that in a way that would not have those unintended consequences yet. And we acknowledge that we as an organization need to grow and probably don't have the internal expertise necessary to be judging each of these organizations in such a manner that would be punitive. So I think initially, at least as we launch this, we are trying to come at it from that supportive space without any sort of stick involved, so to speak, very much a carrot mindset instead. Sorry for the tired analogy of carrot and stick, but that's what I've got. Timing of this, we're hoping to roll this out again, do a training relatively soon and roll this out in early 2024 so that folks can kind of start to get into this registry before we launch our funding process. Submissions are hopefully going to be streamlined, easy, just it'll be a web-based survey kind of look and hopefully won't be too troubling for folks to fill out, with the Eddy office there to kind of support questions on that survey and connect with partners who need it. I think that's all I've got, and I'm sorry for going long again. I can't help myself, I guess.
That's okay. Important stuff. So council questions, feedback. Anybody want to weigh in right here? Councilmember Lee.
All right, I counted to 10 before I put my hand up. Just to try to give some room. So thanks, Mitch. I appreciate the presentation and the information, and I want to thank the whole team for putting this out. I think it will be a significant forward progress in our racial justice, right? Our statewide housing plan says racial justice. That is not the same as DEI. And so that's one piece of feedback. Are we talking about racial justice and equity, or are we talking about DEI? Because those are two very different things that move us in two very different directions and with two very different approaches. And I think you know that I am in favor of a racial justice agenda and equity, not a DEI agenda. Not that one is bad and one is good. However, where we're at and how we've done our work and investments to date, I think call us to that, as does our statewide housing plan. So I want to start out by saying that I very much support the work that has been done here, the thoughtfulness, the approach, the framework, and the pieces that have been set up all sound great to me. And I have a lot of concerns with the approach and the mindset that the organization is going into this new effort related to using this tool. So I just want to say a couple of things. I understand and support that accountability outside of relationship is punishment. However, we have relationships with many, many, many of the mainstream developers, organizations, and agencies. What we don't have is relationships that we want with the community of color agencies and communities of color and the smaller developing emerging agencies. So this idea of trying to build trust with dominant culture organizations is fine. I want to hear how we're building trust with the smaller organizations and with the organizations that are by, for, and about Black, Indigenous, and people of color organizations. And I think we have swung way too far towards trying to take care of the agencies who frankly should be doing this work anyway. It is not a surprise to anyone where this organization has been going over the last 5 years, as we've been talking about, right? I don't hear enough accountability that says, what happens? What is the consequence of not making progress? What is the consequence of saying, I'm not very interested in doing anything and thus rate myself really low, and I don't have a problem with it because I know you're not going to consequence any of it, right? That is the moment we're in. Now, I'm not speaking to people who are struggling and, you know, the good intentioned people that we have talked about, but we've been in that stance for way too long as an agency, and that's what has to change. I'm not sure I understand how we make change or make consequences where we're all sort of putting information into a database, but it's not necessarily directed or connected to me as an organization, my work, my projects, right? Again, my understanding of accountability, it needs to be specific, not just generally, we're all kind of in this place. That's interesting information. It might help inform some strategies, but again, with an approach of DEI, versus racial justice. We're not getting into any specific movement or change or access to resources or ability to get into the door where people haven't been able to get in the door. So I'm very much afraid that what will happen is we'll have a lot more data, and that'll be good. And the data is not going to get us to any place to change. So I just, again, I respect Chelsea and the team and you and this work. I'm happy that it's here so we can have this discussion. I think the frame and the work is super strong. The mindsets that we are using to think about it and to approach it are still way too oriented in a white supremacy culture framework, rather than where's the impact and what are we doing to change the impact for the non-mainstream, the new emerging, the community-based organizations. I want us to get to action here. We've been, I've been on the council a long time. We've been talking for many, many, many years about all of these things. I see us making incremental progress, and something's got to move faster here. We're in a place where we should, and Mitch, I think you said this, we should be better at this now. We should be doing more at this now. And this is an opportunity to use a really great tool and framework that you've put together in service to racial justice and equity, not solely or simply DEI. So I would just very much request that we do some more thinking about what's our mindset, what's our approach, what's our goal, and who are we lifting up with this tool. It's not people of color organizations, as far as I can read and understand it in how it's been articulated in this moment. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rogers.
I appreciate and echo Councilmember Lee's comments. One of the issues or concerns that I have, I think it's a really good start, but again, just talking about accountability and Mitchie voicing how, we didn't want to cause punitive damages. I'm in the finance world. The way you get people's attention is dollars. You take those dollars away, or say you have another measurement point that you need to meet in order to get the dollars, then it's like that's incentive for those particular organizations to figure out how to do it and get it done. As far as trying to encourage more people of color or culturally specific groups to be involved, maybe an additional item needs to be, what are you doing to reach out to these communities as part of the survey? And going forward with the measurement, I know data, yes, you don't necessarily have the staff to go through it, but again, I agree in that we need to do something to cause action and disrupt the constant, because it's like, okay, somebody fills out a survey, oh, I got to check this box, and they do it, and then we look at it and it's not what we want because they're not making progress, but there are no consequences, so they continue to do what they do, and we provide them some additional guidance and nothing changes. It's just this hamster wheel not moving like we want it to. So thank you.
Director Bell.
So a few things. So I'm very appreciative of this conversation. I think in many ways this is the timing is so appropriate that we're having this conversation. So let me start there. I think there's a couple things that I want to raise up that I want to challenge the council on for our own kind of collective thinking. And I think the first one is we don't have any common words or definitions for some of the things, particularly like accountability. So one of the things that comes up for me as I think about where we're all trying to go, and I think it's all in, I think we've already seen areas of collective and measurable progress. And I think part of the tussle, and I think having the right and the appropriate conversations is, yes, I think about praising and acknowledging where there's progress. I also think we also know, and I don't think none of us are shy about this, as part of our responsibility is also being able to hold ourselves accountable and able to acknowledge when and investigate and question things. And so that's really sort of the prism I'm showing up to this. Is one of the things that comes up for me is where we have deficits as an agency, as a council collectively in some of the words or references. So it makes me curious if when we say hold accountable, what does that mean to me? What does that mean, Councilmember Rogers, to you? What does that mean for the chair? What does that mean collectively when we say accountability? And so I feel like this is a really good opportunity for us collectively to have some common words and definitions, so that when we lean into accountability, when we lean into progress, when we lean into those things that we're all after, we're really clear about how we are defining those. And right now we don't have those, and unless they exist somewhere else, I haven't seen them. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to have some clarity in definition. I think the other thing that comes up for me as well is, and maybe this is actually a missed opportunity that I will own, is to maybe step back, because typically what we have done is we bring things to the council based on segments. So we section out the agenda and we bring things by division. It is just, I think probably more recently, and this has really been at the council's direction, that we've brought things with a broader agency purview. Up until now, our racial justice work, our diversity, equity, and inclusion work, we haven't really brought that from an agency-wide lens today. Now, under the director of Chelsea Bunch, we'll begin in that. But I would just call us in as an opportunity to offer feedback. I think I heard concern. I'm curious about that. I'm curious about concern, but I think to step back a bit to lay out the blueprint for the agency's racial justice work, and where this particular body of work sits within the collectiveness of that. Because I can't imagine, particularly from your seats, maybe I'm not a council member, but I can imagine seeing this independent, feels incomplete, maybe feels not like enough progress, feeling like, wait a minute, haven't we been here before in some way? And so I wanna just sort of offer that. And my hope is that seeing the full picture of that puts this specifically into context. And I think just as a point of clarity, we haven't chosen diversity, equity, inclusion over racial justice. The pursuit of racial justice has always been the goal. That has always been the prism. I think diversity, equity, and inclusion absolutely has to be part of that role and responsibility and part of that work. And again, I don't think we have taken the, and I'll own myself, I don't think I have taken the opportunity to lay that out clearly. So that's our bad, and I will own that. And then I think the other piece is, and this is just a point of, I think, kind of curiosity and for our forward work and conversation. When we talk about consequence, because I think part of what I heard today is, you know, we certainly want to make sure that we are uplifting Black, Brown, and Indigenous-led organizations. Absolutely. I don't think we have any qualms with that. And from my seat, part of uplifting that work is also not putting the labor on those folks all of the time. And part of not putting the labor on Black, Brown, Indigenous folks all the time also means for our white counterparts to have an elevated consciousness to do that work as well. And so I think that is just one kind of, it's not an answer to anything. It's just something that's coming up for me, one as an executive director and as a Black executive director as well. And so I appreciate the feedback, and that I'm sure this will not be the last of the conversations by any stretch of the imagination. And I'll take this as an opportunity for us to prioritize I think the stepping back to have a more global conversation about the agency's racial justice work, and I categorize that because that's what it's always been, and that is what the pursuit is, just so that we can put this body of work that is early on into context to where the agency is going, and ensuring that there is shared responsibility. I think certainly as Black and Brown folks, we have our own work to do, and I think it's important to name that as well. But I think part of that is also making sure that there is opportunity and we are resourcing folks to have an elevated consciousness to do the work differently. And this is part of that responsibility, part of the responsibility that we believe that we hold as an agency that, quite frankly, has a lot of money, and I think wants to make sure that we see shared progress across the state. So I appreciate the council's feedback and preliminary thoughts on this.
All right. Many thanks, Director Bell. Anybody else from the council right now? Well, I sense we're reaching a natural conclusion of this discussion for now, but of course, it's not the end of this discussion, really. In some ways, the beginning of a new phase. So let's bring this section of the agenda home and let everybody stretch their legs and get a fresh cup of coffee. But before that, more good, important business to discuss.
Yes, Chair Hall, Director Bell, again, thanks for all of this incredible engagement today, and clearly didn't plan our time thinking we'd get so much exciting conversation going. So I think I'm sharing my screen. So I am gonna transition us back over to NOFA process updates. Several of the discussions that we've had already today is connected to this work. I think there's been, you received significant public comment from Housing Oregon. A lot of that comment had not previously been provided to us until their reach out through Housing Stability Council. So I can't say that I'm going to be responding to every detail in that document, but I think the information that I have prepared today does address many of the flags that they and points of input and influence that they are expressing. I also want to echo appreciation for Kim Travis and the role in convening and orchestrating the conversations, as well as Trinity Kerr in our policy and operations group doing back-end magic of coordination of the sequences of conversation, our planning team, our policy team, program and production, who have all dedicated significant effort, energy, and brain powers and headaches to figuring out how to bring all of this together. So I intended for this to be a discussion. I think we are not having significant amount of time, but I do want to kind of still walk through the information to share, and we can decide how much discussion makes sense to have it today. And I just wanted to essentially really do an overview of where we are. I think we do have some new council members, and I think hearkening back to where we started out is a good orientation here. And then going through some strategy check-ins, connecting to some of these active conversations, centering equity and racial justice in this work, resource offerings, avoiding competition, and balancing expediency with complexity. And so the next couple of slides are actually ones that I pulled from our kickoff engagement on this. I think looking at what we are trying to accomplish, we want to be responsive to market conditions. We need to provide supports that facilitate new housing across the state, in particular with the significant investment from the legislature and Governor Kotek's executive order on production. I've added in here that we do also need to implement preservation strategies, make sure that we are looking toward continuing to make sure centering our current portfolio projects and make sure that they are able to continue to be available and affordable resources to tenants. And then we also want to, lean into having performance and accountability, centering equity and racial justice, balancing cost-effective strategies, and be resilient in our financing structures. The objectives that we laid out underneath those overarching goals was to increase access of affordable investments, growing the pipeline while lessening the risk of funding gaps, and increasing clarity and consistency of requirements and performance objectives. And I think so this was, again, looking back, what we were aiming to accomplish. And I think, as I was pulling that, reflecting back on where we have been, really excited by promising strategies that we are working through in collaboration with Public Voice and input in there to achieve these. Last month, I brought forward, this strategy around reconfiguring our funding process. So our current process, I think most of our NOFAs have all closed. So our process of NOFAs has really been concentrated in just one space over a long development period. As I was referencing earlier this morning, developments can take 5 years to happen. So from this project stage through operations, that's a significant time. And intersecting just at one moment of time, asking for everything in that one space, it establishes a very high bar, but it's related to that submission and that competition, not to thoughtful and responsive project design, engagement, partnerships, and resources. And so our recasted strategy here is to really deconstruct this, create an upfront project intake process, and then have specific stages of development where we are evaluating the information closest to it, holding teams to performance and benchmarks between there to be able to get to that final project commitment. I did note here last month, I had indicated financial eligibility as the first piece of review. I think in large part based on our conversation last month with Housing Stability Council, as well as our ongoing dialogue internally and with external partners, believe that the right decision is to bring this impact assessment earlier in the process. And that is really, I think, equity and racial justice is infused at every step of this, but that is the place where we can be really early in putting our arms and thoughts around the ability for projects to be meeting our non-negotiables in terms of what projects and project teams need to be doing in this work. In terms of centering and equity and racial justice, kind of wish I'd done this presentation first. But I think, I think that there's so many pieces. Again, equity and racial justice is just not one piece of this work. This is reflected at every single place. And we could spend years together talking about all of them. And I think that's what we do internally. And I think absolutely need to figure out making sure that council has the depth and extent of information that is that you need to be able to have confidence and are doing that work. I also just want to be, so I pulled it out in the slide, but this is not because it lives in just one place. This is because it lives in all of the spaces. I think very significantly, and this is for all types of reasons, but very largely driven from an equity and racial justice hat, is we are wanting to move from a scoring and a competitive environment into a threshold environment. So not the idea of not having standards, not a wide open door to access, but saying we have requirements and every project needs to meet them. And if you meet them, then we are willing to fund you. And so that is a significant shift. I think even echoed throughout the testimony that council received today from partners on development, there's still a feeling of, well, what's the competition going to be? What do I need to perform to compete to win the resources? And I think we really want to not focus on the competition, but we want to focus on performance. And again, moving impact assessment earlier in the process, having part of those significant part of those thresholds being, how are we meeting BIPOC tenant needs? How are we being culturally specific and responsive? How are you engaging BIPOC community as you are developing your project concept and informing design and leasing up units and providing property management? All of that are pieces of agreements that we need to say are required. And then you need to be able to meet them, having nuance to how you meet those, but those are, the intent is to hold to standards. Having financial investments in there, we want to have development resource set-asides that specifically offer resources to our small culturally specific development partners that are holding those resources so that there is access to them. And so the way that, and I think also hearing very much through conversations with culturally specific development partners, they both are asking for resources set aside, but also to not have to compete against each other in order to access them. And so those are all things that we are hearing, understanding, and planning to incorporate into this. Again, emphasizing partnerships, making sure that we're doing stewardship of building expertise and investing in growing organizations in a thoughtful and strategic way. I think there is a risk for organizations that are taking on development work. I think we heard from very well-practiced, experienced experts in development that are culturally specific organizations today. And the impact that doing development has on organizations is not to be trivialized. These are large financial investments. These are long-term financial commitments for these organizations to support this work and to grow these organizations. So really want to make sure that we are investing in a way that is thoughtful and we're holding resources to those. MWSB requirements, also talked about that today, and so I won't dig too much more into that at this point in time. Mitch referenced earlier this morning, aside from our development resources specifically, wanting to have resource set-asides in our pre-development work in terms of eligibility for that. And then partnership investments, again, reflected through set-asides, and also the diversity, equity, and inclusion agreement that we just discussed. And I think in our language that we have been using internally, the diversity, equity, and inclusion work is the organizational piece, where we are asking organizations to look internally to their own diversity, equity, and inclusion practices. And then the overall work that we are doing and investing in projects is to go towards equity and racial justice. And I think the conceptual linkage being, if an organization is diverse, inclusive, they are going to default to equity and racial justice strategies. And I think the lack of having an organization that doesn't reflect diversity, equity, and inclusion values is not going to meaningfully engage in equity and racial justice work. They may do it as a check the box exercise, but that is not where sincerity comes from. And I think wanting to make sure that yes, we are engaging and requiring that work organizationally, but that our broader lens is still and always will be equity and racial justice. And again, later on in the agenda, we'll have Chelsea and Megan talk about the incredible work of the racial equity analysis tool. That is work that we are engaged in and using as we are creating and informing recommendations. So yes, flip the side problem. So then we look at I think we've done a lot of input conversations. I think I've shared with you all links and references to our website and the engagement conversations. You can watch recordings, you can see notes from those themes that we are identifying. And I think to earlier comments on the pre-development, how is public information informing the recommendations that we are seeing? We are avidly working through documents that both synthesizes the input and then how we are or are not responding to that and incorporating that. So that is across all of these issue areas. Again, it's an extensive puzzle with lots of pieces in it, and we've been getting input and information on each of them. And honestly, it's really challenging to pin one piece down without the context of the whole. And I think we are able to bring the pre-development resources to you today because that is one piece of the puzzle that will function a little individually from the rest of it. It's part of this overall picture, but we're able to move that a little bit swifter to make sure that we can be offering those first. And so looking at, what is the broad swath of the things that we want to be able to invest in and accomplish with our resources. We want to be able to build new units. We want to think about where are the opportunities to secure existing housing to make it available for affordable use. We want to think about I forgot a parentheses there, but we do have dedicated resource on from preservation. The legislature invested $50 million towards preservation. And I believe we've had some overall conversations around the preservation framework and all of that in the can't remember what month, but I know that we had that conversation here a few times. We also know that there's extensive rehabilitation needs that are needed for some of our aging portfolio. And then we do still see funding gaps from projects that are wanting to begin construction and move forward. We've talked about that as well. And then also projects, again, changing market conditions, changing interest rates, labor costs, interest rates. These are all themes that have also come up today in comments. Those are all issues that we continue to see and know that, as we are thinking about stewarding resources and prioritizing investments that are coming, that are top of mind to try to acknowledge and respond to here. So I think looking at the actual resources that we have to offer, we have, so this top list are available development resources. The et cetera by state programs is a big et cetera. There's a lot of different state programs that exist. I've just highlighted some of the larger ones. But we do have, these are a series that I would characterize as loan and grant resources. So these are essentially dollars that get layered into the financial stack of a transaction. So pre-development, Mitch covered that earlier, that comes in first. It's then paid off by the rest of the development budget, which would be reflected in our subsidy investments of our Article 11Q bond resources for LIFT or permanent supportive housing, new legislative investment for agricultural workforce housing. We do have federal resources from Home and Housing Trust Fund, at the, again, state ongoing program investments and preservation resources specifically. These are all resources that we believe we have available and would be able to put out to offer in 2024. We then also have federal low-income housing tax credits, and unlike, and I just kind of call out the distinction for those that aren't developers in the room, but the function of a tax credit is very different than the function of gap and loan resources. There's grant and loan resources that just translate into a dollar into your budget. The tax credit functions to get money to the project, but it functions in the way of getting equity investment. So the project receives this federal tax credit. They get, in exchange, they find an equity investor who will give the resources up front to the project to put into it. And that function itself is different. It is also allows for, in the case of 4% tax credits, that equity investment to cover about 30% of the total project costs, which really lets you lean into doing large projects with some gap subsidy and mortgage debt, long-term debt on those resources. And then in the case of the 9% tax credit, traditionally, that resource generates equity to cover about 70% of the total project cost. So these are really tremendous drivers of leverage with our other resource to make sure there is production happening. And then as we think about that, these programs, those tax credit programs are incredibly oversubscribed. Recently our private, and I think we've also had many conversations trying to connect some dots around over the year around private activity bond constraint and challenges in prioritizing using that resource with a pipeline of projects that are otherwise funded and able to move forward, if they could access those resources to move forward. And we are generally oversubscribed 3-to-1. So 2024 resources, those applications are currently all under review 3-to-1 of what we're able to put out to community. And so I think we are really, I guess, it's going to impact how we are able to offer our resources and when we can offer those tax credits to leverage, knowing that we don't want to be committing and setting aside resources that will just sit there until they get their private activity bonds to be able to move forward to closing. And so, if we're looking at 2024 resources, really focusing on this top list of funds that we have available and we know that we can be putting out as soon as we get our updated process together. And again, looking to launch these resources through a standards-based evaluation and not a competitive structure. So we would have set-asides, strong thresholds for performance and for meeting minimum standards, but not focused on the competition. And so those are resources that we would be anticipating are reflected on the 2024 funding calendar to be made available. And so moving into the timeline for all of this, if we're looking at this list of development resources, our goal is to be able to begin offering resources by April of 2024. That is aggressive. And I think part of what we are also recognizing is, well, I mean, I'm going to pivot that. I'm going to walk through the rest of the slide first. Sorry. So in this idea, and I think, you know, as I go back to this graphic here, what does this process itself look like, this deconstructed evaluation and commitment process? So going, you know, an intake process where we're wanting to kind of have eyes, understanding about everybody's work that's going on, so we can be giving technical assistance and guidance, invest pre-development or capacity resources where that is appropriate and where we have resources available, and then going through these different steps of evaluation. And then that application would be including deliberate and responsive set-asides for regions, small culturally specific and nonprofit organizations, and connected to community need. There's been extensive work on the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, the ONA, which is driving a lot of work in our DLCD and other functions to make sure that we are in alignment with that will be critical, and that we want to make sure that we are finding places for community voice to be included in our process. We want to, instead of focusing on explicit competitions where the highest scoring wins, we want to make sure everyone is meeting requirements when we are funding them. So we're wanting to manage through a pipeline to blind process that we are giving conditional commitments at each step. So there isn't, the condition of risk, like what is the risk? If you go through your impact assessment, we assert that you're showing that you're going to meet minimum standards, that you're eligible for resources, then you get a conditional commitment and you retain that commitment for resources as long as you meet your performance benchmarks. So I think that really reduces the risk that at the end of the day, you're not going to get funded. That conditional commitment needs to really explicitly call out what the performance expectations are and what your next measurement will, that next kind of threshold test will look like. We want to incentivize progress and performance, moving projects forward. Disincentivize, honestly, practices of collecting reservation letters for a project that you choose to move on your own timeline without any penalty or consequences. And so really thinking about that and balancing resource use against partners, and wanting to make sure that we're holding space for those culturally specific and organizations to do the thorough work that they so effectively do in prioritizing and centering tenant voices and BIPOC community, and also making sure that everyone is doing that work in a meaningful way and holding to standards. Then again, I kind of emphasizing this more than once, but thinking about breaking this cycle in our mind that this is all a competition, this is performance, and we want to make sure that we're getting projects to result from all of this incredible work. So looking at our, this is where I almost veered to a minute ago. I think part of this was reflected in the Housing Oregon information. You're going fast. This is a lot. You're going fast. And I think we want to balance the expediency with the complexity. I do think it is imperative for us to be able to offer resources to those projects that are able to move forward with the resources that we have available, with the bar that we're going to establish that is, again, firm, high, and clear. But that the year one, the 2024 resources are not going to be the resources that require competition. The 9% tax credit program by IRS Section 42 has required elements of competition to it. And again, our 4% private activity bonds are incredibly oversubscribed. And so those that choose those resources are going to have a lot more time to be able to access them. And so what we are hoping and intending to be able to move forward with is establishing our updated funding process, again, that deconstructs this entire, concentrated competition focus, deconstructs it over a larger amount of time. We have that available, stood up to be able to be funding projects and ushering projects through that in April. And then we will also need to then change our hat and say, okay, now we can spend a little more time thinking about how do we layer in the needed competition into this type of process, that is not taking everything at one moment in time and doing a competition piece. So and then how do we balance being able to provide early clarity around being able to access the resources. And I think, again, this puzzle is already complex. That layer of it makes it a 3D puzzle, and it makes it a lot more tricky to balance all of the different pieces. And if we could just settle our first application structure to be able to offer the resources that we already know don't have statutory or federal requirements around competition, and honestly are benefited by the tremendous size of legislative investment, where I don't have concerns that on day one, over $400 million in Article 11Q bonds are going to be asked for. I do believe there is ability to hold resources, offer them in a thoughtful and strategic way. Again, it puts lots of burden on that set asides to really be meaningful, thoughtful, and appropriate, but we can move to that. And then as we go into next year, we need to think about our qualified allocation plan, which is the statutory, the federal regulation document that the state needs to have to operate tax credit programs. And that will need to be updated. There's a lot of formality and process to how that gets updated, and it gives us kind of the umbrella through which to do a specific engagement around each of those competitive requirement pieces from Section 42 of the IRS. And so that is, in terms of balancing those, this is really finding the place where we are able to move forward in a thoughtful but swift pace to be able to get resources out, but also then hold more conversations and engagement. And I think to the input from the letter briefly, and I haven't had a chance to read all of the words, but I think there were several flags of conversations folks are eager to get into around what are the dollars, the when, and the how much, all of those. Again, we've been in an information consumption place, and we are preparing information to share back in terms of recommendations that we believe, again, will be specific about how we have responded to all of the input that we had through the process. Again, we now have another body of work of input through the letter submitted, not through our process, but through Housing Stability Council, that will incorporate back into all of that work. But this will, I think, give us the time and space to do that and be able to have a really exciting new year with Housing Stability Council as we try to be pinning down some of the core pieces that really require decision and action. And I think that is the basics of what I was intending to cover. I realize we are well over time, so I don't know, Chair Hall or Director Bell, if we want to just take that as what it is, or if you want to have any other discussion, but I was happy to be able to share that. Thank you.
Well, I'll turn to the council and say, is there any burning wish to have discussion on this right now? And Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Thanks, Natasha. Really thorough, really exciting to see the way we're trying to push our thinking and our approach in different ways. So absolutely appreciate it. I have one question. We were talking about the reservation letter leading to a pretty clear assumption on the part of the developer that they could expect to receive funding for a project, assuming that milestones are being met in terms of their performance, which all sounds great. I just wanted to ask explicitly that those milestones include progress and performance related to racial justice and equity, so that if every other performance, milestone was being met, but the racial justice and equity milestones were not met, that would call into question the availability of the future reservation. Am I understanding? Is racial justice and equity part of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, and the details matter, and I think we can get pretty deep into the roots below the dirt. But I think effectively, as I think about it, and the team is working through it, is if you indicate that so a metric of evaluating alignment with a tenant, prioritizing tenant voice, for instance, and they provide information in the impact step and assessment. And we say, yep, that meets our base requirements. Throughout the rest of the project, we need to be checking back in on that and saying, are you still doing that? And if there is meaningful change, if you change your shifting project design, saying, we thought it was going to be, 60% AMI, we're now thinking 50% can work, or we have this related resource. And so I think that's what is meaningful, really putting definitions to what is meaningful change in project that should require us to go back through and evaluate. So I think the answer is yes.
Okay. Yeah, a change is different for me than lack of action or lack of performance, right?
Yeah.
And if what we're doing is by saying in this reservation process, you're making a commitment to us, and we're making a commitment to you, and you're naming your performance targets, right? I like that aspect. I appreciate it. If a performance target is unmet, then my expectation is we're having perhaps a hard conversation about, can you really continue to count on the intent of the reservation letter because of these non-performance? And now that, again, I'm not saying kick somebody out. If we have this, particularly as it relates to racial justice, it might also help with some of the earlier issues we were talking about with specific projects, right? Because that conversation of, well, they didn't meet their targets and on will have already happened in order to get to the funding for the project. So I just want to make sure that racial justice is in there, and it's as equally important to be considered as, did you get control of the land, and did you get your other pieces of your performance, and all of those kinds of things. Thanks, Natasha.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, anybody else on the council wish to weigh in? All right, thank you, Natasha, and to all your team. What can I say, but wow, I'm supposed to be more articulate than that, but so much good information, so much good discussion. We lost Council Member Mena. He had to attend to something at work. We're at our 15-minute break time, and we've still got home ownership, then diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then our deep dive. I just want to know, is there anybody who has a hard stop, or, can you stick around? Councilmember Lee, you've got a hand up. Councilmember Rodriguez. Okay, what time are we talking about? Councilmember Diefentorum. I mean, should we be aiming to wrap up at 2 or sooner than that? Don't feel shy to speak up. Go ahead. If anybody's
Chime in. I have a tournament that I need to be at. I'm a field marshal. And so
Okay.
I have to go a little early, actually.
Okay, well, how about this? Let's take the break right now, which would put us back here at 12:23, and we aim for adjournment no later than 1:30, if that's agreeable to everybody.
Chair Hall, is it possible to prioritize the deep dive discussion and the DEI discussion? I feel like I'd love to continue sort of in this vein that we've been in all morning related to DEI. I know that we want to have a lot of engagement around the administrative support planning and all of the pieces that Caleb has shared. And I want to do justice to both of them. And if we're going to end a half hour early, I'd love to perhaps negotiate, if this is possible, that we use that time for the DEI presentation and discussion, and call that our deep dive as well.
Okay, but then I think we do also need to deal with the two decision items.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so we'll do that as quickly as possible and while still doing our due diligence and move from there into DEI. So it is now 12:09 at 12:25, and that's a hard 12:25. We will reconvene. Until now, the council's in recess. Okay, in just a few moments, I will formally call our meeting back to order. So if anybody has not had a chance to return yet, but is within the sound of my voice, I would encourage you to please do so. So it is 12:25. We have reconvened the Oregon Housing Stability Council, and the next presentation will be from the Homeownership Division. And Director Giscombe, are your folks ready to go? Steve.
Chair Hall, I don't see the director on, but I would say perhaps for the sake of time, I see team and staff here, if we can just
Okay.
get right into the agenda items.
Okay, the first lift homeownership increase Capitol Hill project, Jessica McKinnon.
Yes, 1 moment, I'll share my screen.
All righty.
All right. Well, good afternoon. I'm Jessica McKinnon, Senior Homeownership Development Program Analyst, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm here today to request an increase in lift funding for the Capitol Hill development by Habitat for Humanity Portland region. This request is related to the offering that we made to 2022 and 2023 NOFA recipients whose appraisals came back higher than anticipated, which would have qualified them for additional funds. This will be our final request for this offering. Capitol Hill is one of our larger projects awarded in 2023 and will be Habitat Portland's largest development to date. It will be a 52-home condo complex in Portland, Oregon, with units ranging from 2 to 4 bedrooms and 2 to 3 baths. 85% of the homes will be 3 or more bedrooms, which they found is a product significantly lacking in regulated affordable housing, despite the need that they see among their applications. This project site has a PHB opportunity mapping score of 4 out of 5, meaning that it's close to schools, jobs, transportation, healthy eating, and active living resources. This development has a goal to sell at least 70% of their homes to families earning less than 60% AMI. Habitat Portland has a demonstrated history of reaching underserved populations, with over 80% of households served identifying as households of color, and 1/3 including a family member with a disability. There are 24 languages represented among their households. Their application also presented detailed policies to encourage MWESB participation and noted various partnerships and trainings that they've taken part in to support and encourage diverse participation. We're requesting an additional $1,235,884 in lift funding, which is $23,767 per unit. This will bring their total lift award to $7,059,984. The lift supplemental award will remain unchanged, and this request is within all NOFA requirements and supported by a recent appraisal. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, council, questions on this project? Well, hearing none, would somebody, did I hear somebody? Somebody like to make the motion, which now appears on our screens?
So moved.
Okay, I heard a motion, and is there a second? I think
I'll
there-
second.
Okay, and if we could have a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFontorum.
Yes.
Chair Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember Meehan,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
One more call for Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Yay. So
Is that affirmative yes for this motion, Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
motion passes. So we moved on to now the lift framework for 2024 NOFA. Talia Khan Kravis.
I'll just pause in case Director Giscombe wants to talk in between our presentations.
Okay.
Talia, I don't see Director Giscombe on unless Director Gant in his place wants to offer comments. We can either yield or get right into it.
No comments. Talia, why don't you take it away? I know that Director Giscombe is having some technical difficulties he's working hard to resolve. So
Great, I'll dive in. So good morning, Chair Hall, Council members, and Director Bell. My name is Talia Khan Kravis. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Assistant Director of Homeownership Programs. Last month, I shared updates about the outcomes and reach of our homeownership development programs and shared the initial LIFT funding framework for the coming year. Not much has changed in the framework, but I'm back today for your approval of the framework. Before I dive in, I just wanted to share a few updates on where we're at with LIFT and what's occurred since the last council meeting. I'm gonna go to the next slide. OHCS has released a notice of funding availability, or we call it NOFA, for LIFT homeownership annually since 2018. And as we spoke about last time, the demand for the program has grown over time. We've issued over $71 million in LIFT funds and supported the construction of 47 projects that will result in 752 homes to low income or Oregonians with low incomes. And this is just a recap of our project status. We have 14 projects in our pipeline getting ready to close, 6 of which are preparing to close by the end of the year. We have 25 projects that are in progress, so actively building and working towards that 36-month completion goal, and 8 are completed with homeowners living in them. We've been working closely with our counsel at DOJ over the past many months to ensure that the projects in our pipeline can close in a timely and smooth manner. We're also working to develop clear guidance and policies about LIFT homeownership that we can share with our partners and just have them guide our programs more clearly. And then since the last council meeting, we were able to post key LIFT documents to our website for partner review. This is part of a larger effort to standardize how we do things within homeownership and standardize things from deal to deal. Yesterday, we held a meeting with LIFT rental and homeownership partners to discuss the requirements of Article 11Q bonds, delineate between LIFT rental and homeownership, and share changes about the forthcoming homeownership NOFA. We're able to collect a lot of questions and feedback from partners during that meeting, and we'll be following that up with a part 2 conversation on December 13th with specifically LIFT homeownership partners. And then last month, we shared the challenge that LIFT funds can't be used on tribal land since Article 11Q bonds must be used on state land, and tribal land is sovereign and not considered state land. So since then, we've asked our counsel at DOJ to explore this issue more to see if there's a pathway for program compatibility with development on tribal land and with tribal partners. We've also brought this up at the Tribal Housing Work Group to give everyone a heads up that this is an issue we'd like to explore and discuss with them more. So no resolution on that, but know that we're working on that. And so with that, I'll just move into the framework for the upcoming LIFT homeownership NOFA. And so homeownership development received funding for the 2023 legislative session of the Article 11Q bonds received. 40 million is reserved for LIFT homeownership in 2024. If OHCS receives over 40 million in eligible homeownership requests in 2024, we can pull forward, or we're going to write into the NOFA that we can pull forward up to an additional 20 million in LIFT funds to add to the 2024 NOFA if there's a lot of demand. And these funds will be available through a rolling NOFA, which I'll talk about more in the coming slides. And then an additional 40 million may be available for LIFT homeownership in 2025, depending on demand in 2024. OHCS guarantees that a minimum of 20 million will be available during that year, and these funds will be available in a closed NOFA with an application period that closes by spring 2025 to accommodate biennium spending timelines. And then additionally, OHCS received 5 million in general funds to ensure LIFT homeownership can reach rural communities and build the density needed to address our supply crisis. These funds will be available on a first come, first served basis, and I'll talk about that more, but we wanted to acknowledge that this is a lot less than we received in the last biennium. So we're working to balance the use of the funds with trying to reach as many projects as possible. So the program goals are very similar to what they have been for LIFT in the past. We want to use LIFT funds to increase access to generational wealth building through homeownership by creating new affordable homeownership homes that serve historically underserved communities, especially communities of color, foster increased homeownership in rural areas and greater density in urban areas, serve larger family sizes, encourage new innovative models of housing that can be replicated, support development that reflects the needs of communities they seek to serve through community-informed design, support, and the ones in bold are new to this year or a new emphasis this year, support energy efficient and climate resilient homes, support the homeownership development pipeline growth by keeping the process accessible, the application process and underwriting process accessible to culturally specific small, rural, and emerging developers. And so to achieve these goals, the Homeownership Division is implementing a rolling NOFA structure with clear funding and evaluation criteria, prioritizing stakeholder engagement, creating a set-aside category, and establishing targeted LIFT supplemental grant eligibility criteria. So we'll talk about all of those things in the next few slides. So it was helpful that Natasha went before and spoke about what this looks like for affordable rental housing, because we're very much aligned with their goals for how they plan to do a rolling or open-ended NOFA as well. So this is a broad change for 2024. We're shifting from a closed competitive NOFA where applications are compared against each other and there's a 60-day turnaround to a rolling NOFA that will be open for applications from January to September 2024. And this change is based on partner feedback. A rolling NOFA will give partners more time to prepare quality applications, align with their build seasons. And we're similarly using minimum thresholds rather than, again, that comparison. So every project will be required to meet minimum scoring criteria for different categories, so we can assure that they're all strong projects. Also, since the process is not competitive, OHCS will be able to provide support to applicants throughout the application process and feedback to projects that receive an initial rejection so they can resubmit within the NOFA period. So they're not having to wait a whole other year to submit and get moving on a project if it's a feasible, viable project and they just needed to work on a specific aspect of the project to qualify. So next, we're working to develop well-defined evaluation criteria, and all this criteria will be published in the NOFA. And I really want to emphasize this part of the presentation because we've heard from council that you want to feel confident about our process in evaluating projects upfront, particularly the developer's commitment to equity and racial justice before they come to you, rather than afterwards, when it feels too late, it feels like we've already gone down a long road with the developer or project. So we want you all to feel confident in these categories. So happy to hear any feedback at the end of the presentation. But we're also hoping to be very descriptive about the criteria, ideally to the point that applicants can score themselves. So we vetted this criteria internally and with partners. There are 6 categories. And again, each applicant must meet minimum thresholds within each category. So it's not a total points, so they can't just scrape by with being really strong in experience, but not strong in equity and community engagement. And for capacity, we're looking at whether the applicant has the staffing and resources in place to complete the project, given their pipeline of projects and organizational finances. And we're taking a deeper dive here than we have before. We're really looking at their whole ecosystem isn't quite the right word, but their whole portfolio of projects to see, are they able to dedicate the time to get this project through in 36 months and completed and really do the work that it takes to outreach to homeowners and support homeowners. For development experience, we'll look at indicators such as the organization's history of completing projects of similar size, scope, and schedule, and the experience that staff brings. Here, we're really trying to ensure that the right expertise is on the project. This could also be through partners and consultants. We want to ensure that expertise is there, but also keep the program accessible to new and emerging developers. And then equity and community engagement, we'll look at the applicant's commitment to DEI within their own organizational practices. Similar to what was presented earlier, we're looking for specific practices that they've incorporated within their own organization. And then we're looking externally how they've integrated community-centered design in the project, MWESB contracting plans, how they plan to outreach and support to home buyers throughout the entire pre and post purchase process. So we're really trying to get the entire picture of how they're internalizing equity and support to the communities they seek to serve through every step of the way. And then financial viability looks to make sure the project financing is committed, everything is balanced in the pro forma, the project is cost effective, and that there are plans that will help the developer weather unexpected economic shocks. The project details category looks at how the project is situated and designed to serve the community in essential ways. We're looking at if they are using universal design for accessibility for their projects, if they're incorporating fire resistant materials, if they're in a wildfire area or energy efficient building techniques. So any combo of things that make their project unique and sound, and also if there are any hazards or warning signs for the project. So are there any environmental justice concerns? Last but not least, we'll look at the applicant's stewardship experience to ensure they have the infrastructure in place to manage the shared equity leases in perpetuity. And this can be done in-house. So many of our developers are experienced in managing the ground leases. Some partner with a more experienced steward and work with them for that ongoing support. And so there's a more in-depth version of our scoring categories in your packet. And then we will also be publishing an extremely detailed version of this that shows exactly how developers can score different points. So we discussed stakeholder engagement last time. I won't go through all of this, but we'll be offering, post publishing of the NOFA, we'll be offering monthly office hours, prompt responses to questions, weekly FAQ updates, and feedback for rejected applicants. And we hope this engagement will lead to a more accessible NOFA process and stronger applications overall. We have a coordinated communication plan about the NOFA too, to make sure that even after it's published, we're still outreaching that people can still apply, because this is a shift. And then outside of the NOFA process, we're committed to continuing conversations with partners and our partners at the DOJ on how we can make the LIFT program viable and accessible in the longer term. So while we're making some changes for this year's NOFA, we can't make huge changes because we're trying to get the NOFA published in January and get the funds out and make sure that people can continue building projects in their pipeline. But we also are keeping going the process of ongoing engagement and discussions about the LIFT program and how it can be a better program for homeownership. We will also have a set aside in this NOFA. So this is a set aside for culturally specific organizations, small, emerging, and rural applicants. And the definitions of all of those are in your packet. Happy to read them. This is meant to ensure that the first come, first serve approach is rolled out equitably and the funds aren't all eaten up right away by some larger developers or larger projects. So 50% of the funds will be set aside until June 2024. And we'll also maintain a slightly lower minimum threshold scoring plan for these organizations, also to make sure that they are meeting our due diligence requirements, but able to get into our pipeline and not being held to the same standards as an organization that's been around and doing this for decades. Finally, a key ingredient of the funding is this $5 million in general funds. It must be paired with LIFT, but it can be used a bit more flexibly. So we're using it as a LIFT supplemental grant with a priority for projects serving communities that have been historically excluded from homeownership. And projects in rural areas where land generally appraises lower than in urban areas. So $5 million is not a lot of money in the construction world, and we wanted to strike a balance of using these funds to provide meaningful subsidy in projects that need funding and align with our goals, but also that have enough. We also want to support multiple projects and not just give all the $5 million to one project. So partners are really essential in helping us shape and structure these funds. We proposed a specific per unit cap and they told us it needs to be a lot higher. And so we've updated it based on feedback and we landed on a per unit or a per home cap and a per entity project cap, which you can see here. And they're differentiated. So there's higher caps for culturally specific and rural applicants. And then there's another cap for the small and emerging developers that qualify for this funding. And these projects will just need to indicate that they are interested in the funding. They don't need to fill out a whole other application because we know the LIFT application is a long one. So here's our timeline. The first one in this list is part of that underlying conversation. It's not NOFA specific, but we're having a LIFT homeownership stakeholder meeting in December. We also plan to receive legal sufficiency and finalize the NOFA this month. We will publish the NOFA in early January, start hosting our information sessions and office hours. And then on an ongoing basis, we'll be providing that support, receiving applications and evaluating applications on an ongoing basis. You'll be hearing from us when we're ready to do project recommendations to council. We'll do those a minimum of 3 times. And then we'll also, once they're approved, we'll be passing on these projects to our underwriters who will keep the process moving for everybody to close on their project. In September, the NOFA will close to applicants, and then in November, we'll make our last recommendations for the 2024 NOFA to Housing Stability Council if there are still applications coming in. So that's all I have on our LIFT funds. Are there any questions about it? If not, we can move to the motion.
Okay, Councilmember Rogers, to be followed by Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. Chair Hall. And Talia, thank you for this presentation. I think it's real exciting to change the framework to where it's rolling. I've been on the other side working where it's like you live and die for the NOFA. So money, and then yes, you have to wait for another year. So I think that that's a good change. I just need
Councilmember Rogers, we've lost your audio.
in if there were more funding, and then in 2025, you know, there's 20 million, but 20 million minimum. So are we talking the same $20 million? I was a bit confused on that. And then the second question is, you also said there was going to be a $20 million set aside for culturally specific individuals. So is that part of that same 20 million that, you know, is up front before? And finally, what happens if culturally specific people or agencies don't apply for that 20 million set aside? What happens to it?
Yeah, good questions. So the 20 million set aside is part of the initial 2024 release of funds, and we'll be holding it for 6 months for the applicable developers in that category. And if we don't receive enough requests within that first 6 months, then it will be grouped in with the broader pool of funds. The 20 million for 2025 are separate funds. That's kind of the base that would go to homeownership. If it's not used, if all the money reserved for homeownership is not used, then affordable rental housing will use it for their projects.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. Thanks, Talia. Great presentation. Appreciate the work to incorporate all the feedback. I have a question about the pull forward if we get oversubscribed at any point. And I know that's a common practice that we have done, and in many cases it's been helpful and appropriate. As we continue, we sort of have this huge amount of funding that we had, and as we continue to drop back down to likely pre-pandemic levels, we're going to be always oversubscribed, I think, if we're doing our outreach correctly, and I think you all have been working on that to happen. I want us to think about, so this is not an answer it now, that we only pull forward from future budget years when the projects explicitly meet our racial justice and equity goals. If it's simply that we've got too many good projects, right? Because that's true. We often have too many good projects, but the projects that are on the bubble are not explicitly racial justice and equity focused and or rural community focused, right? Our two existing priorities. I don't think we should be pulling funds forward in order to meet, the greater demand or expectation. I think we should only be doing that when we know we're getting some additional focus and commitment and investment in our two critical value areas here, not simply because we know we're oversubscribed, and if we pulled a little forward, we could get them all in. Because it's a rolling application process, and I believe I saw in the slide deck, people can reapply, right, or put their card in a later sequence. It feels less critical that we try to get all of the good things in by pulling forward, rather than being strategic about the pulling forward in service to our racial justice and our housing in rural areas goals. So I would just offer that as a comment to take into consideration.
Okay, further council questions, feedback, discussion? Okay, Councilmember Meehan.
So thank you, Chair Hall, and thank you, Talia, for your presentation. My question is the same, similar to the question I had for Mitch too. Is there any typically, culturally groups and small rural communities and whatnot, they have less experience pulling together these applications and some of the technical details. Is there pre-lift advisory or can they come and get information so when they're putting in their application, it's not necessarily going to be rejected right away, or they'll have some of those things covered. So because they just don't have the experience and they don't have the exposure that some of these big guys who can snap that money up real quick is because they're used to the process. So we're just making sure that, wondering if they have that kind of support.
Yeah, I think that's something we're excited about with the rolling NOFA because we have, it's not competitive. So we have the ability to support organizations with their application more so that they can submit stronger applications the first time. We don't have financial resources at this time to help with the pre-development and the technical assistance support. We did last year, and so we supported 14 organizations with capacity building or pre-development, and we're really looking forward to some of them now applying to LIFT because they had those funds, but we don't have that process or those resources to do it again to line up a next cohort of organizations for this year, but it's something that we would like to have in the future.
Any other council discussion, or are we ready for this motion on our screen? Well, we need to do one or the other, folks.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Second.
Councilmember Lee. And I think I heard a second from Councilmember Meehan. So if we could have the roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFantorum.
Yes.
Chair Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Meehan.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, everybody. And now we're on to DEI and our presentation. And who's going to lead off for us?
Director Bunch will, but really quickly, Chair Hall, I just want to make a very clear point of order on the timing. So our agenda right now runs till 2 p.m. To which we intend to cover operational excellence as a follow-up and a continuation of today's conversation, and then the racial equity analysis tool. So I think earlier it was pointed to 1:30, but I want to just confirm that our end time is as it's scheduled 2 o'clock.
Okay. Is there anybody who needs to leave before 2? Well, hearing none, let's go with it. Oh, wait a minute, Councilmember Meehan. Go ahead, please. I think
I'm assuming she's noting that she has to leave before the 2 p.m. time.
Okay.
Yep,
Understood.
wonderful. Great. We'll continue forward.
Okay. Let's roll now.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all are well. Can I first, before I get into this, just verify, can you all see the PowerPoint presentation? Okay, very good.
Yes.
Got to get used to the sharing screen thing. Well, good afternoon, Chair Hall, council members, Director Bell. It's really great to be with you today. Also, welcome to our newest council members, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Meehan, and Councilmember Rodriguez. It's really great to welcome you onto the council with us. My name is Chelsea Bunch. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I'm the Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion here at OHCS. I'm also here with my colleagues, Megan Bolton, Rachel Palatine, and Joshua Fleming, who you'll get a chance to hear from in just a little bit and who will introduce themselves. But we're really excited to just brief and update you on the agency's racial equity analysis tool, also known from here on out as the REAT. It's just a little bit easier to say that way. Just a quick note, as Director Bell, Director Detweiler Davey, and my colleague Mitch Hanush alluded to earlier, you'll see that the REIT really is one portion of the way that we believe that we can operationalize our agency's commitment to racial justice and equity, and really is connected to and frames how we anticipate holistically moving our work forward and really doing so collectively. Since we were in front of you last, we've been preparing for long-term implementation of this tool. Been lots of really great work happening over the last several months, and really want to take some time to share a bit about where we've been, what's ahead, and what we've been learning along the way. We'll also talk really specifically about our commitment to operationalizing and holding ourselves accountable to making this tool a part of our agency business practices. And I'll refer you to the write-up at the beginning, just right now in the beginning, which starts on page 41 of your packet for additional context. Before we get there, I just want to quickly reground us really in what the REIT is. I'm going to get there. I'm sorry, folks. Okay, here we go. So just as a quick reminder, I think it's always important as we reground ourselves in this for us to collectively understand that as public servants, we really do have a responsibility to proactively reduce racial disparities and barriers as we develop program, policy, and as we build our budgets. It's a part of the frame of our statewide DEI action plan, which really came from our administrative body, Department of Administrative Services, and one that we really are including in this body of work. And it's really one of the ways that we want to be able to move forward as an equitable organization. And some of you all may see this slide and say, this looks familiar. It is, because this is how we keep ourselves, maintain our grounding, right? So if anyone, if you all may remember, I've shared this quote before from Dr. Zapata from the February Racial Justice Council meeting, who said that if any agency does not know how racial equity considerations have actually shown up in a final decision, then they actually aren't doing equity. We have held onto this really, and it is a guidepost for how we intend to move forward with our tool. I think we also believe that we have a responsibility to be clear about how we are measuring our success in becoming more equitable, and how the shifts in our thinking are really leading towards reducing barriers and disparate outcomes. I firmly believe that when you know better, you do better. And so that is what we are aiming to do here. Also, racial equity, this analysis tool really helps us operationalize our equity and racial justice values. It's how we walk our talk. Want to be very, very clear here and reiterate what I believe several of my colleagues have noted earlier, that we absolutely do lead with race. In Oregon and nationally, certainly, we know that the very deepest disparities that we see are explicitly and specifically in housing. And they exist very explicitly and specifically for Black, Indigenous, Latinx, immigrant and refugee communities, Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. And we believe that this tool will help us ensure that our decisions in program and policy development don't deepen those disparities and in fact mitigate them. And we know that if we can mitigate disparities where they exist the deepest, and in the deepest ways, then everyone can benefit from that. And so that's one of the key reasons why we center race and also honor all of the multiple ways that folks identify and that this focus can also impact them as well. I think for us, it's a moment in time where it gives us a gut check. How do we both live our values and intentions? But also consider our capacity. And so you'll hear a little bit about that in a second. This is going to be especially important given the amount of investments coming our way, as you'll likely hear later on as we think about 23-25. And so we're thinking about this in terms of how do we balance quantity and quality? How do we live our values and hold on to that, even though we may not always do it perfectly, but how are we consistently moving ourselves forward? And then how are we also avoiding deciding, announcing, and then defending how we are thinking through program design we actually want to do so and build out programs in a way that's really reflective of what we're learning and how it's impacting communities. So just a bit about this, about kind of how we are continuing to focus on this work, right? So our ultimate goal with this tool is that we want it to become a part of our agency culture, our regular business practices, and really we want to make sure that it continues to be aligned with our values. If we're to meet that goal, we really need to take the time to be intentional and thoughtful. And that's why I think I've mentioned this before, but it's really important for us to be thinking about this in terms of long-term implementation and doing our due diligence. So that includes things like thinking about accountability mechanisms. Beyond our stated commitment, what are the actual people resources and system resources that we need to ensure that we can ongoing and sustainably operationalize this tool? And how do we make sure that we are doing something different or the same, if that's what makes sense, right, based on what we're learning? So we should be in constant iteration and constant learning to make sure that we're meeting the moments and meeting the priorities that we've laid out. This is really what we've been focused on as we've built a core team of staff to support implementation, and as this group of folks is also thinking about long-term sustainability. As we work to ensure really a coordinated and aligned approach internally, we continue to hold key considerations just in real time, knowing that these places are super critical for how we live our values and actually end up putting resources out in community. And so you'll see that these are kind of constant guideposts for us in our core team. So we're always thinking about what gets analyzed, how do we hold ourselves accountable to doing the analysis and incorporating what we're learning into the policy, the program, and or the budget build. And then again, just continuing to hold on to how do we resource this work beyond just our stated desire to do so. So a little bit about where we've been. It feels like I was mentioning to my colleague Megan the other day that I don't actually think our core team actually officially launched in April of this year, but it feels like we've been working together for much longer. This work is actually a moment in time from kind of a broad, long conversation that as an agency we've been having since the outset of the building of the first statewide housing plan. But this really gets us to a place where we actually have a tool that we can use, and now we're building the process that would support that moving forward. So what have we been doing? We launched our core and support teams. So we have kind of two separate teams that work in partnership together with support from our project management office. And so I want to do a special thank you to Joe Shank, who is our dedicated project manager. He keeps us on track and he makes sure that we're meeting the goals that we've set for ourselves. And so that's getting ourselves kind of together, defining what the work is for each of the teams, what are the buckets that we need to ensure so that we can have a holistic process, and then really finalizing our project charter. So that's what launching has been really focused on. We've been working on refining the tool itself based on early pilot feedback, because the tool in its current iteration had gone through some piloting with some of our programs, which is awesome. So we've been really trying to work on learning along the way and constant reiteration and constant iteration based on what we're learning. We've been working on developing a user guide to support staff as they actually use the tool. We never, right, change management fatigue is real. We never want to give somebody something, tell them to go do it, and then not provide the support they need to be successful. So that's a really, really important piece of work for us. We've also been working on developing a template to document action planning based on what folks are learning as they're completing tools on their programs and their policies. We're beginning to identify training needs, including understanding who our audiences are internally and what those associated training needs are, how training should be delivered. Does it need to be in Workday? Do we need to have specific training for specific positions in the organization based on the type of work that we do? All of those things we are literally in the midst of building out and working on. And then lastly, we're really considering how we are consistently using the tool across the agency and how we're consistently holding ourselves accountable to that. And that really brings us to the roles and responsibilities. Again, I'm directing you to page 41 in your packet for additional context, but I do think it's important to highlight just a few key pieces here. So, I think I mentioned this earlier, but it's always worth reiterating that we believe that this tool really does have the potential to transform how our agency centers our commitment and how it centers communities in the work, the actual work, the tangible work that we're doing. And these efforts really do require huge investment of time and resources. It requires us to be clear in our collective and individual responsibility and accountability to operationalizing the tool. And I just want to say that this is also in the context, and I believe Director Bell was alluding to this a little bit earlier, this isn't really in the context of ongoing work as an agency internally to center ourselves as learners, to raise our own collective consciousness around racial justice and equity via our partnership with the Center for Equity and Inclusion. This is what grounds us, it's what sets the tone for why we are actually developing and implementing a tool like this. And then I also think it's important to ground us in language just a little bit. So when I talk about accountability and responsibility, I want to ensure that we're coming from it from the frame of kind of common language. And again, really elevating and honoring our partnership with the Center for Equity and Inclusion on really helping us think through the framing around accountability and responsibility. So really accountability, from our frame of reference really is what is it that you can be counted on for? The words that are typically associated with your word or the agreements that you make. There's also responsibility, and that is the way in which one goes about honoring what you can be counted on or the actions. So we're thinking about this tool from both of those frames of reference and believe they work in partnership together. We also think it's really important that staff understand not only what the tool is and what it does, but they also need to understand that from the frame of the role that they actually hold in the agency. And so as we've been working on the implementation process, all of these things kind of help guide our thinking. We also know that it's really important to really explicitly name the roles and what the expectations will be, and which is really what the document that we've shared with you all lays out. And some of those bigger roles include obviously our executive director, our division directors, our managers, and our staff. And while the accountability and responsibility for each of these roles looks a little bit different, there is a role for everyone to play in responsibility and accountability. But it's important that we are explicit in that. And we don't want to leave anything up for assumption. So that is why clarity around the roles and responsibilities is so important. Clarity is kind. We really do see a layered approach to accountability that includes both internal and external accountability. So internally focused really on continuing to center ourselves as learners, working with management to do so. We also believe that managers really can help us determine what involvement looks like with staff, right? So what does utilization look like? And at what level staff members really need to have based on their job descriptions, the nature of their work, and team dynamics. Not everybody is going to use the tool in the same way because of the role that they hold, and that is okay. We're not asking for the same thing, that everybody do the exact same thing, but we do want to be clear and make sure that people get the training that they need to understand what it is. We also think there's an opportunity. We have quarterly performance management check-ins. That is a process that we are guided by DAS, our Department of Administrative Services, where it's an opportunity for managers to have ongoing conversations with their staff around how things are going, opportunities for development, opportunities for noticing and wondering, again, pulling in our CEI friends there. And so we believe that there is an opportunity to align the performance management process and those check-ins with staff to understand engagement, to understand what supports are needed, how the tool is being utilized, understand if there's places where it might feel like resistance, and then offer the opportunity for consultation, for guidance. And so we're really, really excited about that. I want to just a special call out, and you'll get a chance to hear from two of our staff in just a bit. Our racial equity strategic advisors, these are newer roles. A couple of our divisions have them. I know that Megan and I are also planning on doing hiring similar roles in our divisions to really essentially support that consultation, that guidance that staff are definitely going to need as we learn a new tool together. And so again, when I think about resourcing, that we are thinking about holistically the ways in which we can resource and support staff to operationalize this tool. I think externally we see really an opportunity for us to be accountable externally, right? And really focused on our communication and our partnership with you all as Housing Stability Council members and communities. So really sharing our learnings and a progress report on an annual basis, I think will be really important. We would love to be able to come to you all to show you, things like how many REITs have been completed, what are we learning? How are we changing what we're doing? Or again, if we're not changing and being clear about what we're not changing and why. But how are we really taking what we're learning from the use of the tool and various programs and policies and doing something different? If that's the direction and path that we're being led down, we want to be able to share those learnings with you all. We want to be able to share those learnings with our partners and ultimately with communities. We also know that engagement is a key component of the tool itself. It is a big bucket of the tool. And so there's always going to be, I think, an ongoing opportunity for folks to share feedback along the way. And we welcome that. We really do believe that feedback is a gift and are going to operate from that vantage point. So really our ability to see our agency mission to fruition is really only strengthened by using the REIT and our collective ability to hold ourselves and each other capable and able to do so. So with that, I want to pass it to my colleague, Megan Bolton, to talk a little bit more about what's ahead. Megan, I'll pass it to you, my friend.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Hall, council members, Director Bell. My name is Megan Bolton. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Assistant Director for Research at OHCS and have been privileged and honored to work with Chelsea and the entire REIT core and support team on this project as a co-sponsor. So Chelsea really covered so much of what we've been up to so well. And very honestly, the what's ahead is fairly similar to what we've been up to because we are really deep into the work right now with both our core team and support team staff. So we are in all kinds of various workshops sort of going on right now. We have a workshop and a certain sort of subgroup of our team that's working on developing criteria that will help us prioritize which programs go through the REIT when. We certainly anticipate, and the goal is that all OHCS programs, old and new, will go through the REIT. But we, as kind of Chelsea, I should say and, not but, and we recognize that we are being asked to do a lot right now. We're asked to stand up a lot of new programs, a lot of new investments. And we know that some of those are really high priority and something that Caleb, has brought to folks' attention as we're going through operational excellence. We have already done some level of prioritization based on conversations with the governor and legislatures and leadership. So we already have some things that we are prioritizing as an agency and that are already going through the REIT as it is now because we are focused on that element of this work and we are committed to that. And so you've already heard ways in which the rental housing division is applying the REIT to the funding redesign. Some members of their team came to talk to us as the REIT team about the ways they're streamlining the REIT to go through the process and ensure that the REIT's being done at each phase kind of their work with this redesign, which was really cool to hear and sort of talk through how that's working. So we know we're starting there. We know we're starting with some of those high priority programs. And we know that we need to think about some ways to prioritize beyond that. So we've started to come up with sort of a matrix where we'll, when we get there, we'll meet with leaders from each division and we'll sort of take them through our criteria and our scoring process. And we'll have each division do that, and we'll sort of kind of see where things land, and we'll start to form this schedule of what's going through the REIT when. So that's a big piece that we're sort of finalizing now. We've got a few last little bits of conversation around that, and then we'll start having those conversations and communications. One of the other maybe kind of most enjoyable part of this process, somewhat surprisingly, was the work that we've been doing with our IT team. And I just want to say some of our support members, particularly around IT and HR, have just really brought their expertise to our work. And it's been really exciting to sort of see how they've brought their own expertise into the space. So we need to understand how we're going to track all this work. We need to understand how folks are going to collaboratively work on the REIT as teams with internal and external partners. We need to understand how we're going to collect data on who's doing the REIT when, how it's impacting our decisions. We need to understand how we're going to track data on the action plans and what kind of performance metrics people are looking at, and how that's going. And that all involves IT and technology. And I just want to call out Tim Ryan and Sheridan Bailey on our IT team, who have taken us through some user story workshops with the core team, where we, and with other folks who have actually piloted the REIT, so that we can sort of start to understand what are the different rules, what are the different roles we have, what are the different types of users, and what specific business needs, technology software needs do they have to do their work effectively. And our very great IT team is going to take that, and then they're going to sort of develop a proposal for what we need and the best solutions to meet those needs. So that's an ongoing piece that we're going to be finalizing with them. And I know that I have to probably speed it up a little, and I do want to leave time for Rachel and Joshua, so I'll just quickly go through the rest. We are, as Chelsea said, working on an action plan. So we sort of have some initial templates for that based on some great work from the team, and we're going to be piloting that to see how it goes. We're going to finalize that user guide that's really going to help people understand step by step how you should get prepared for doing the REIT, how you should go through the process, how you should wrap things up and come back to it over time. And the training, it's another piece where I said our HR team has just really stepped up and helped us take us through what they're calling, what they call a SPA, which is a subject, purpose, and audience exercise. A little bit similar to the user story work group, but where we're really understanding, now let's talk about what subjects we need to train on, the purpose of those trainings, and the audience. And again, looking at different roles. So a manager might have a different training for reviewing the REIT than someone doing it, than someone sort of supporting it. And we want to make sure that we have really robust trainings for all staff, no matter their role. And then we want to have some tailored trainings, and we want to make sure those are required trainings. Those are both online trainings, but also in person, which we think is important. And we want to think through other ways that we're giving people space to ask questions and get consultation. And then finally, we want to, we've also continued to work with our comms team, both our kind of external communication engagement folks and our internal communication folks, to finalize a communications plan for how we ensure that our internal staff is really aware of this work and how to engage, and that our external folks and partners, yourselves included, that we're being transparent about the work that we're doing. So I think I've actually already talked a little bit about this piece. So yes, as we're continuing all those pieces, people are also using the REIT, and we're getting great feedback as they're doing it, that we're going to, as we continue this, REIT will always be an iterative tool that we will always want to be looking at, refining, revising, improving. And so with that, I just want to give Rachel Palatine and Joshua Fleming a little bit of an opportunity to share the work they've been doing as they've actually been working through the REIT with their teams and in their new roles as these racial equity strategic advisors. So I will pass it over to Rachel first. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair Hall, council members, and Director Bell. My name is Rachel Palatine. I use she, they pronouns, and I am the Racial Equity Strategic Advisor in the Disaster Recovery and Resiliency Division and a member of the core team. I will keep this super brief so we have a little bit of time. We have put the HARP program through the REIT, our first iteration. This is the Homeowner Assistance and Reconstruction Program under CDBG-DR, Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery. And we are beginning work on putting our PEER program, the Planning, Infrastructure, and Economic Revitalization program through the REIT. We just started that yesterday. So far, I think it's been pretty good. It's been pretty straightforward. The only issues we've really run into, which is really fun, is the who and the when. So when should you do the REIT and who should be at the table helping? Our division's been really great. Everybody has been collaborative, pulling people in with different expertise to complete the REIT. However, we're running into the topic of like, well, should some of our community partners be at the table for these conversations? And then the when is very important because as we're creating the REIT, the question's been, do you do it at the beginning? Do you do a checkpoint in the middle? Could you do a retrospective? And what my division has decided to do is every few months reassess the REIT. So we finished our first iteration of the HARP in a house, and we are going to be moving forward to doing that again in a couple of months when we launch our program. And we will probably bring in our contractors and maybe some of our LTRG staff. And then for the PEER program, we are just starting internally, but we plan on bringing in community members much earlier on for that because they are making the decisions for that program. So with that, I can pass it over to Josh, of course.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joshua Fleming. I use he and they pronouns, and I am our Racial Equity Strategic Advisor for Housing Stabilization. Chair Hall, council members, Director Bell, thank you so much for taking time to talk to us about this tool. We've been working on putting 2 programs through the REIT in the Housing Stabilization Division, one of which ended up not being able to go through the full REIT process because it was so urgently prioritized in OPEX in order to get operational shelter dollars out to folks before this winter so that shelters wouldn't close. And I think what we learned from that process were that the barriers to using this tool effectively are not just internal to our agency. We have been working to prioritize things, and some projects have been going through this OPEX process, and I think we have had the ability to reach the pace that we need to do the REIT effectively. For some of them, the project around shelter operations dollars showed us that we do not yet have the capacity to be able to do all of the detailed work, the thoughtful work, the intentional work, and the engagement needed at the pace that we needed to get these operational dollars out. It happened in about a month and a half. And so I think that showed us that sometimes the barrier to this work is pressure from the outside. Sometimes the barrier to this work is the intersectionality of racial equity and equity between us up on the hill wanting to do our work in a perfect way and the reality of people of all colors, creeds, outside without shelter, experiencing homelessness, needing us to get dollars out the door, maybe in a perfect way or just an imperfect way for their benefit, for their life-saving measures. We've also been working on putting the YEHA program through the REIT. And one thing that has taught us is that there are mechanisms that are needed inside of our agency that just haven't been developed yet. And that has really been driving forward a lot of the work. A mechanism for how we're going to communicate what engagement needs to happen and when that engagement is going to happen, to get approval from all levels of the agency and our partners like yourselves and the governor's office outside of our agency for what that engagement will look like. And then I really wanted to call back to something that Chelsea talked about earlier. One thing that we've learned is that to do this work so effectively with the REIT is going to require so much engagement. And we've already heard from many partners that they are excited about that engagement, but they are hesitant to put in the work and time for engagement if there is not a real mechanism in place for accountability to show that something will come of the time and effort they give us to share their insight. And so we have been really intentionally thinking about what do those roles and responsibilities look like? What is that accountability, not only internal to the agency, but externally? I know Chelsea touched on it a bit, but I really am excited to move forward in this work and publicize to you and to our partners what are the things we're learning in engagement as we take programs to the REIT. What are the things that we could change and we did change? What are the things that we could have changed and we chose not to, and why? And I think there will be things where we will find we want to change it, but we don't have the ability or the mechanism to do it yet. And I think that we should be honest and upfront with our partners about where those things are and be accountable to remember them and hold them together with history and IT tools so that we can continue to work on those barriers, whether it's internal capacity or policies that need to be developed or hard decisions that need to be thought through and things that need to be weighed, or if it's things that need to be explained and better partnered with the legislature or the governor's office or a different agency in the state network. So those are some big picture things that we've learned. We've also learned specific to the EHOP program that making a decision about where to prioritize these dollars across the state, it requires such a large conversation. And so it's been exciting seeing how we need to develop new engagement and PA mechanisms and tools to gather all of the right people to the table. But in doing that, I've also learned that folks are excited to hear from one another. People from one region of the state, people from a different region, people that do different kinds of youth services. As we've gotten them in the room, instead of it causing conflict and division, it's often caused a lot of really good energy. And so that's been really exciting. I'll go ahead and yield back to Chair Hall and see if there's any questions.
Also, just a lot of appreciation for my colleagues, for Megan, for Joshua, for Rachel, for the full core team, support team. It really has been a pleasure to sit and move this forward. So I yield. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks, everybody. I see Chair Hall maybe has stepped off for just a moment, so I will channel my inner Chair Hall here, unless you are here.
Oh, I am here. I'm sorry.
Perfect.
Anyway, okay. What a meaty presentation, and council members, dive in. Dialogue time. Anybody? Mary Lee, have you counted to 10 yet? All right, you're up. We can deal with weighty things, but still have a little levity along the way too. My opinion anyway. Okay.
I did count to 10 and I'm saying, come on, my peeps, get in here with me. So of course, lots of thoughts and feelings and everything. I just want to start out by saying that I know this has been a labor of love, Chelsea, for you and Megan and the team for so long. And I am really moved to see where you all have taken yourselves through a variety of discussions and experiences and perspectives. So I just want to say right on, right on, right on. I have a couple of thoughts and then I have one question that I want to pose. Joshua, you had said, you know, people want to know what's in it for them in terms of our providers and stuff. I think the answer to that is quite simple, which is your payoff to caring about this and actually dealing with the issues of white supremacy and racial justice is that you have future access to funding through this organization. It's as simple as that. From my perspective, we are working towards a place where if without technical assistance, support, relationship, all of that, an agency or an organization can't get to where we need them to get to based in the work that you all have done and others, then that should be putting at risk their ability to receive funding and be a partner with this organization, right? We're not merely a bank. We're looking for people to engage, and that's different, right? You go to the bank doesn't really care. The bank wants to know, do you have, you know, financial ability to do what you say you're going to do, and my loan's going to get paid back, right? My money's going to go where I want it. That's not us. We're not a bank. And so if people want to be in partnership with us, we need to be clear about the expectations. We need to offer technical assistance. We need to give support and chances to try and fail and learn. And at a certain point, it has to become the norm or the understanding that if you can't get there in spite of all of that, then you are jeopardizing your ability to be in partnership with us. And that translates to access to resources here. Because in the end, that's what it has to mean, right? It's not enough that we feel better about it. It's not enough that, anyway, we don't need to feel better about it. We need to actually make change happen. And that, I think, is an important component to this. I am really thinking all the time, and I appreciate the breadcrumbs in the REIT and hopefully to see some of this. We have a real tension between an individual level of engagement and a structural level of engagement, right? All of these organizations are doing really great work out in the community, and their work is life-saving to individuals or groups of individuals. However, letting them continue to operate without understanding the role that is played structurally and the basis on which this country was founded, right? The theft of the land from Indigenous people and the theft from the land for the enslaved labor of stolen people from Africa, makes it our responsibility to question the environment in which we're operating, not simply be satisfied by saying, well, it's helping somebody and we're doing good work. And that, I think, is a challenge for us as an organization and as a council that we're going to have to figure out, right? And Joshua, I appreciate the example of we couldn't do the REIT because of the winter was coming. Well, a false sense of urgency is often a manifestation of white supremacy culture, right? We know winter comes every year. I can guarantee we have had this discussion every winter for the last X number of years. Now, that's not me saying don't put the money out, right? Because people need shelter. It is me saying we have to question, when we make these assessments that, well, we can't do this because of that. And I don't think the situation is binary. Right? If we think about it's either yes or no, you do the REIT, you don't do the REIT, you have the time to do the REIT, you don't have the time to do the REIT. We've got to get much more discerning about where are the shades, right? Where are the shades of gray in there? That's not simply, well, it's too late and we got to get shelter out, so we can't do the REIT. Oh, okay, maybe we can't do the full process and we get it first on the line for next year. And we're not letting ourselves off the hook to have the conversations that would lead to a full engagement with the process of the REIT and in the analysis there. And then finally, the last thing I will say, there is one glaring missing piece of this entire presentation, and that is this council. We've talked in the past about the role the council can, would, want, should play in this process of self-examination and examination with partners. We have got to have skin in this game as well. We have our own work to do as the council. We have our own learning that needs to happen. And I would love for there to be a section in the REIT that speaks explicitly to the role of the Housing Council, both in the internal processes that you all are doing and that very important work, but also like puts a line in the sand that we have our own work and we have to be a part of it. We are not somehow external to this conversation and these efforts. We got to be in there, slogging through the mud and the challenge as everyone else is doing. And we got to get our hands dirty, right? We got to get in there. We got to be there. And I would love to figure out, and maybe Chair Hall and Director Bell, this is part of our conversation, for us to figure that out. I know staff are hesitant to tell us, like, do this, do that. But in this case, I would love for staff to say, we need you here. We don't need you here, XYZ, as we're able to put ourselves in there, but we can't let ourselves out of it. So thank you all, super appreciative, sending you a lot of love around this.
Okay, Councilmember Meehan.
Thank you, Chair Hall and Councilmember Lee. I appreciate your words. What's the reward? Well, the reward is that we, transform policies and change the way that we do things structurally and center race and equity and inclusion. Thank you, team. You guys did a really great job. I appreciate the work that you've done. Chelsea, Josh, Megan. I mean, that's awesome that that it's being discussed. It's being done. There's actual action steps within the internal community. But I agree with Councilmember Lee that we need to, the council needs to get their hands dirty, get in it too. We need some REIT. It's definitely present all over the place. I mean, and is this going to be something that we extend to external partners? Yes, it should be. It should be mandatory. I agree. I feel like we're late. I feel like that we need to do more, but we only can do what we can do. And if the money needs to go out, it needs to go out. But like the Councilmember Lee said, I mean, we can still keep moving forward. So I'm really excited that you guys are, that there's a core team, that there's action going on, and that the discussion is being brought to us to share what future steps to take. So thank you. I yield.
Councilmember Rogers.
So I would just like to, excuse me, thank my colleagues for their comments, and would like to give kudos to the team for this really hard work. You guys have done an exceptional job. I'm proud to be a part of it, but I agree. Yes, we on the council need some REIT too. And hopefully, as this particular tool continues to develop, that not only would we just roll it out to our business partners, but we might get on a tour and take it around, the country to have other agencies know how you can be transformative and affect change. So thank you for your work.
Great. Anybody else on the council want to weigh in right now? Well, again, thanks to staff for a great meaty presentation. Thanks to council for even more great dialogue, and kind of final wrap-up thoughts. Director Bunch, do you have, and maybe where things go from here?
No, I want to be really mindful of time. I know we got one more big topic coming your way, which I think is really, really important. We'll continue to keep you all updated. So this is just a moment in time. We'll be back at some point in the future to share more about what we've done, and look forward to bringing you along the way. Great to see you all.
Thanks so much, and thanks to your team. All right, we're now down to our final agenda item. So deep dive. Who's got that? Or did I miss?
You did not miss, Chair Hall.
Okay, I thought. Okay, Caleb, you got this?
I do. Yeah. Thanks for the time to be here at Chair Hall. Housing Stability Council members, Executive Director Bell. For the record, my name is Caleb Yan. I'm the Deputy Director here at the agency, and it is a kind of a really good segue and an honor to follow the presentation from the amazing leadership that we've had around the REIT, the discussion we just had, as a systemic approach that is such a key part of this operational excellence initiative that I kind of began to talk through the process last council, and I want to get into the content of it in the about 15 minutes or so that we have today. Can you all see my screen? I just want to confirm that I'm sharing the screen. And okay, great. This is a really exciting day for our teams. We have never released as an agency a comprehensive blueprint of how we're going to implement things across our agency. It's something we haven't done before. I'm going to be as brief as possible today. I want to emphasize why we're doing this, why we're releasing this information, why we've done this work, and we'll be driving back to it going forward. I want to celebrate some of the early successes which were achieved, frankly, through instituting these changes. Be able to orient the council quickly to the tool itself, because it's something we're going to come back quarterly and monitor our progress against. And then finish with tying to a big part of the presentation that you just had, but how this helps to advance our racial justice standards, inclusive of the REIT, into really the fabric of OHCS implementation, even those situations that were just discussed, for example, on the shelter operations, where we were not able to go through the process before we got the money out the door as intended, but how that is intended to drive in that direction. Before I do that, I want to do something a little bit different. because I want to honor the amazing team members that we have at OHCS. As you all know, we have many more of them than we've ever had before. And it's hard work to be employed at OHCS. The curveballs are, if not constant, very regular. The pressure is high, the expectations, the stress. We're dealing with public, legislative, governor, county commissioner, city partners' needs. Often they're not the same. They all want to do it in a different way. And it's taxing. And our teams are here and doing that every day because they're passionate. In every time, whether it be formal engagement surveys or potlucks or all staff meetings or whatever, we hear over and over that our staff takes this on because they care so deeply about safe, affordable housing for Oregonians and the impact we're trying to make. And I say that because releasing what we're releasing and putting on our website today, which I'll orient you to, it's scary. It's putting ourselves out there in a way that we've never done before. We just talked about accountability and responsibility, being able to be counted on, and then responsibility is how we approach the work to be able to be counted on. And publishing something like this is scary for so many team members, even though we recognize it's the right thing to do, as we want to continue to instill public trust in our agency. So with that in mind, I want to start today's presentation by reading a letter actually that I sent to our team this morning, because it summarizes kind of some of those dynamics, and it gives the council a line of sight on where we're going. So I'll be as quick as possible here. It's to OHCS, to our staff. It says, as many of you know very well, we received a historic budget from the 2023 legislative session, $1.14 billion in new investments. With this level of investment comes increased expectations and pressure to deliver on behalf of Oregonians. As stewards of these resources, we've embraced a heightened level of accountability and upped our implementation planning game. We've shared this in all staff meetings to keep you in the loop on our progress, building implementation planning processes. The results of these efforts from staff across the agency is this 23-25 implementation blueprint, which I'm going to be presenting to our council, which I'm doing right now today. As an agency, we've never posted a comprehensive, proactive implementation plan like this. It may look simple, but the level of coordination and planning behind those color-coded lines, which you're about to see, is truly a monumental accomplishment. The blueprint lays out our critical milestones and overall timelines for the 36 investment and policy projects that make up this biennium's historic growth budget, representing the work from all of our programmatic divisions and essential support from our many shared services teams. This planning effort was made possible because of the thoughtful contributions of at least 100 members of our staff over the last few months. I'm deeply grateful for the energy, patience, and willingness of you all to try something new. Thank you. To start, we are releasing this blueprint internally and then publicly to allow a wide range of stakeholders to better understand the critical paths necessary to bring to fruition these important policy and program investments. These project plans represent a current snapshot specific to the 23-25 legislative implementation, but this effort does not stop here. This is a living, iterative process which will be built upon and continuously improved for ongoing project coordination. Efforts are underway to build out our internal systems with a commitment to publicly updating these project plans quarterly to be accountable as things inevitably shift. The transparency represented by this blueprint will help us center our internal and external working relationships, which are vital for us to effectively serve Oregonians together. Equally important, we have embarked on this planning and cross-agency coordination effort with a specific lens to deliver on these commitments while also prioritizing sustainable workloads for staff. This level of visibility is already allowing us to better sequence and forecast work needs across divisions. While it won't shift overnight, this is the type of internal operation that will help us to be more responsive and less reactive. The 23-25 LEDGE implementation planning project was taken on under the umbrella of an agency-wide initiative called Operational Excellence. We define operational excellence as a working environment where every employee can see, deliver, and improve the flow of value to a customer, be that an internal or an external customer. We are investing in our internal systems, culture, and processes so our operations can keep up with and deliver upon the programmatic aspirations necessary to achieve our mission. Convening internal stakeholders and crafting procedures for implementation planning was the first explicit operational excellence inspired project, but it will not be the last, as leadership recognizes the many ways our operations need to be right-sized and modernized to meet the needs of our growing agency. Stay tuned for more such projects, as well as the ways this blueprint will help us to continue improving coordination internally and transparency externally. That was a bit of a mouthful. I usually never read off of a script or anything like that, but I wanted to share that with this team, with the Housing Stability Council, because it not only emphasizes the lift, over 100 staff members that were deeply involved in doing this. This isn't just a plan on paper that we threw together quickly, but it also talks about where we're going with this as an agency. So I know we're short on time. I'm going to cruise really quickly through the rest of this. I'm not going to spend time on these slides. You saw a few of these, but just as a reminder, we have 36 projects that went through this planning process. For every one of the projects, there's the critical path pipelines, and that's what's on this blueprint that I'm about to share. And then we also have our standards of excellence. This is how we make sure our values show up in our planning processes, cognizant of some of the timelines and some of the constraints. And so how do we weave this into the fabric of what we do? Just at a very high level, the objectives, like why are we releasing this? Why are we doing this? And some of this we shared a little bit before, but 4 main ones. The first is really to mature our processes so we can be counted on, trusted, and poised for additional investments. The expectations of our agency and the coming legislative, even the 2024 legislative session, the bar is high for us to deliver and to continue to build trust. And that is what is needed to get the investments to be able to continue to make the impact on the work that we want to be able to make. And really candidly, the process of just doing this itself has led to a number of successes, which I'll highlight really quickly. But that's the first objective, is maturing our processes. The second is really to make sure that our partners at a high level understand when the different programmatic and policy things are going to be coming down the pipeline that they care about, in pursuit of being able to better engage, have better participation in both development of our programs, as well as participation in who is implementing our programs, which organizations haven't been able to participate and can get their voice into to participation in the programs. Importantly, internally, it allows us to monitor the inflow of work so we don't burn our people out, just really candidly. And for council, and I'm not expecting this right now, but my hope is that on the council specific pipeline, you're able to look at that and understand when things are coming, and whether that be an email to Chair Hall, to Director Bell, in some other way, for you to say, oh, I know this is coming. I want to make sure we bring this into this discussion, or this piece into this conversation. And so that foresight is something we haven't been able to really give to you all before. And so we're hoping that it helps to build the richness of these already really deep conversations we're able to have in this space. Just a few key early successes. I know we just talked about this in the REAP presentation, but through whether that be engagement with the governor multiple times herself, her team, the legislature, clear direction on what are the parameters and what is needed and expected. The $24.1 million for operational support, this is something we've never done before. Right now, we have 47 of 55 where we've directly contracted with shelter providers to keep beds online that would have otherwise closed. And we have a level of data that we've never had on shelter operations. We're actually going to come back next month. It's on the blueprint to dive deeper into this, and so you can help, so we can understand and what we've done, why we did it this way. But suffice to say, this was a situation where we have a far greater handle, and in this case, already funding out to shelters across the states, due in large part because of the clarity that we had through this process. You heard the Homeownership Development NOFA today. Just a frame of reference, it was about 4 months from the end of the biennium last year that we first put out our homeownership development funding. It's going to be available in a way that was really participatory with stakeholders 6 months into the biennium. The NOFA reform and the ROFI, which is Racially Equitable Outcomes Directed Funding Implementation, formerly known as House Bill 2100 reform. It has allowed us to understand what are the key milestones for that. When are we going to have to engage? And oh, by the way, we need to drastically change our internal structures. And so, for example, we have organizational assessment consultants that are currently under contract and doing work with both of those teams to make sure our internal structures are set up to be able to deliver on the external things, because we have line of sight to the future on that. And modular housing is another example. These aren't all of them, but I think a big piece of this is we initially put out a timeline. We heard clearly from legislative and other leadership that we need to, the expectation is something other than that. And we were able to, through our procurement processes, figure out how we could still meet that intent and essentially shave 3 or 4 months off to getting to contract that doesn't compromise the way we set up the program, but did meet the legislative expectations. So those are just a few of the examples. In the memo, one of the things we heard last month was 36 projects. Draw our eye to the ones that you care about. What should we be looking at out here? And so in the memo in the packet, we highlighted the NOFA reform, homeownership development, operational supports for shelters, and the racially equitable outcomes directed funding implementation, or House Bill 2100. I'm going to quickly toggle over to the actual blueprint tool itself. I'm going to stop sharing. And use those as an example of kind of how to use this tool. And I am watching the clock. I know that we're very low on time. And so I'll try to finish in like 2 minutes. This is a tool that's going to be posted on our website. I quickly shared the initial version of it last month with council. One of the things that's different is this first page has a brief description of all 36 projects. It is, what is it that we're trying to do with this thing? If it's money, if it's a policy change, what is it that we're trying to do? And so that, that way, some of the acronyms that we have that we understand internally make a lot of sense, but the external users can have a better idea of what at a high level that is. The tool itself then goes into, and hopefully you all can see the spreadsheet that I have open now. So for example, one of those 4 that I highlighted was NOFA reform. A piece of that NOFA reform was a pre-development loan program that was on the agenda for today. So there's been a series of conversations with Housing Stability Council, starting in September, with generative discussions, briefings, and then decision ultimately is going to be coming to you in March of 2024 to be able to say, that's our target date, to be able to say, okay, we're going to decide, we're going to adopt this framework. So then from a NOFA, from a procurement or a NOFA perspective, we're going live on April 1st. We want to be able to say, okay, this funding is available. on April 1st. And then going forward, in this case, it's first come, first serve review note the biennium. And so that's a bit of an example. I'm going to give one more example and then I'm just going to stop because I know I'm out of time. I'm going to go down to the House Bill 2100 because that's a conversation you all we haven't brought to you yet. This is a huge body of work. It's completely putting out our homeless services funding in a different way. We're going to start briefing the Housing Stability Council on that in February, again in April, with a goal for decision in June. The reason that decision is in June is we're going to start a procurement process where we essentially are pre-qualifying service providers across the state through the, I can't really see because the way my screen is oriented here, to have this list of pre-qualified providers by March, and then be able to select off of those providers once we have an idea of what the funding is going to be for next biennium to put out our homeless services funding. A completely new way of doing it. And so this is kind of giving a little bit of line of sight to when those type of things will come to the Housing Stability Council. I'm short on time, so I'm going to stop presenting. The one slide that I did not get to is, in fact, I'm going to really quickly get to that last slide because it is such a critical element. Last council meeting, one of the comments, it was some version of the comment, which is, we need to loudly and proudly say, we will not do that. We will not go fast at the expense of racial justice. And I wanted to share this because in the reality that we're trying to do here, the intent and what we expect to be the impact, and we're going to be accountable to that, is that this gives us a systemic approach to be able to say, we're going to take the time. We're going to do this differently. And that puts that kind of marker out there, and we could acknowledge that there are times like the shelter operations we just discussed where we're not able to go, for example, through the REIT ahead of time, but we're still doing things differently within that and come back and look at that after the fact. An example of the shelter operations is we're requiring HMIS in places that we haven't done that before, even though it didn't go through full implementation. So we could have disaggregated data about who is being served by those programs. That was a track shoes version of it. I apologize. And I know I've lost some people, but I will end it there. I know I'm over time by a minute.
Thank you, Deputy Director Yant. And would it be possible, I know it's often done anyway, but just make sure that council members get your slides so we have them for reference and review. Much appreciated.
Absolutely.
Okay, we are out of time. Oh, wait a minute, almost out of time. Commissioner or Council Member Rogers.
I thank you, Caleb, for the presentation. I'm wondering if we could add some time to next month's agenda so that we could dive a little deeper into it, because that way we'll have some time to review your slides and then also go through the spreadsheet. So thank you.
Yeah, maybe it could be deep dive part 2 next month.
This was a swimmer's dive. We'll do a deep dive.
All right. Director Bell, team, any final comments or thoughts today?
No, I appreciate that, Chair Hall. Yes, with acknowledgement, Councilmember Rogers, of your request, we can absolutely prioritize that. So much I could say, but I'll just say so much appreciation for council, so much appreciation for the folks at the agency who make all of this possible. So I will leave us there, Chair Hall.
All right. Good words to wrap up on. I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of 2023 and look forward to seeing you bright and fresh in the new year. So until then, we'll adjourn. Thank you.